floor. Let's go.
I already have the hearing now. It was on the 11th. I didn't do the I mean, I had no before. They said the law, the thing is the law. You don't claim it when you're supposed to claim it, and when you do claim it, you lose all
Good
where's it
afternoon.
going?
We
So
are
let's go back and
starting our regular city council meeting. Today is December 17th, 2025. The time is 7:11 p.m. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Douglas Lawson, Chairperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Bruce Guyton,
Here.
Councilperson Glenn Spiritus,
Here.
Councilperson Priscilla Davis Panier,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans, City Clerk Deborah Hall is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum, you may proceed.
Thank you. We will have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilwoman Davis Panier. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions for the agenda this evening?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to add the update on the Mayor Ronnie Felder's inquiry, just an update to be given um, right during the awards and presentations.
Okay, you want to add it as,
The presentation.
all right. That'll be 6B, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to have, I'll reserve for my mayor's comments if we are inclined to have the time and depending on the length of the agenda, but an item to discuss the special events policy and the steps to take for special events.
I concur with that. Could we put it on an agenda as an item, on our next agenda as a separate item to be discussed?
Mhm.
I want to have an in-depth conversation about that.
Yep, that's what I want, and that's
tonight.
where I want to go. Not
No.
tonight, no, not tonight. I wanted to just kind of bring that so we could ask the city manager to have a discussion and give him some direction, but on the next agenda, I agree, is
Yes, sir.
where I want to make sure we were all clear.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
want
Madam
to
Chair.
make sure that it is on the next agenda,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
city manager, yes.
Not tonight.
Thank you. Any other additions or deletions?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
pursuant to some of the questions that we've received from council persons associated with items on as part of the agenda review, I'm asking for items to be pulled for discussion purposes is Resolution 14325,
What is
144,
the letter of that?
oh, sorry, item 3C,
Uh-huh.
item 3D, Resolution 14425, resolution, or item 3E, resolution 14525, and item 3F, which is resolution 4625, and it's in regards to the discussion that we've had concerning possibly placing items on the tax roll for stormwater and solid waste fees. There was a lot of conversations in agenda review. Also, Madam Chair, I would like to add on to consent authorization for the city to proceed forward with the sponsorships of, or not the support of events that are being conducted over the next couple of weeks and even ones that was conducted this past weekend. We want the Christmas in the Park, that particular event, for the board to ratify the city's participation that occurred last weekend. We also want to ratify the board support with regards to Councilperson Guyton's event and then Councilperson Lanier's two events, her Christmas event as well as an event in January. The reason that I'm asking for these items one event has already occurred, 3 events are coming, but we didn't take any official action. So we just want to memorialize it in the actual record for these particular events.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
If we could add to that list, February 1st, Restoring the Village, which is, I spoke to Mr. Evans about. We moved it from MLK because of the overtime costs, but the Restoring the Village date would be February 1st. Application was submitted, but it falls just short of that 60-day notice based on the policy. And I know that we'll go into more extensive conversations about the timeframes, expedited permit in the process. But if we can add Restoring the Village so it fits within the timeline as well, which is February 1.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead. I think I heard, but I missed it. Why, what are we doing? We're adding these to the agenda?
We're adding, I just would like we're adding it to consent for the board to say that it's permissible for us to support those particular events.
I don't want to add those to consent. First of all, I only know about a couple of them. But the ones that the council people are having, that's a part of their or whatever we get a year, right?
So Madam Chair, yes, there are events that are allotted or provided for from the council, but then there's some additional support, whether it's law enforcement, public safety, or other support services that are provided associated with those events. And so we wanted to just confirm that the board was in support of us utilizing resources to effectively do that. But I think that goes to the mayor's point about clarity as it relates to the interpretation of the policy. And when a council person does events, are they provided for all the other support that comes along with it from city departments and the like?
Madam Chair.
So,
Madam Chair?
hold on. So the ones that the council people have, I thought that was inclusive of that. And it may or may not have been, but I think anytime we do something, it's automatically done, right? If we're talking about something that nonprofits or for-profits or whoever outside of the council, that is the process, the application process, right? So we're combining this? We're talking about council people stuff and outside people doing something? Putting this on the agenda together?
No, Madam Chair, just the council person's events, not the
But
other.
he just said something about restoring the village. Who's hosting that?
That's my event.
And
It's
then
my
what
annual
else?
event. I've done that every year for 6 years. Yes, ma'am.
So that one, and then what else?
We have that event. We have the Christmas event that occurred in the park this past weekend.
And whose was that?
That was the mayor's event. Well, it was the police department's event. The mayor did help with helping to facilitate the event. And then you have councilperson Lanier has two events, one being, I believe, this Friday, and then one in February. And then the mayor has put in a request for an event that he has already submitted an application on restoring the village, and that's also February.
So the
And I'm
council,
sorry, it was Councilperson Guyton's events, which is Saturday.
so the council people are supposed to be submitting the same application? Is that what we're doing? Because I don't think we've done that. Yeah?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, pursuant to the policy and how the policy is being interpreted, when there is resources that are provided outside of not your promotional budget or any other resources are brought to the table, it requires legislative action from the board.
Okay,
Madam Chair?
yeah.
Yes,
I'm not done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Miss Davis, Mayor Davis,
And-
Davis Bernier. I'm going.
Madam-
I'm not finished yet.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, sorry.
And Madam Chair, if it is, of course, if it's the board's pleasure, I can bring back an item that just clarifies your events are inclusive of city resources to be able to support. We just need to make sure that that's clear. If the board is okay with that, I have enough I understand the legislative direction from the board, and I can help facilitate.
Yeah, I was just confused because I thought we were you're saying to add to consent the board stuff as well as others outside, or is just all board stuff?
Only the board stuff, Madam Chair,
Okay, okay,
or Madam Vice Chair.
okay, and then we'll have on the next agenda what's the exact policy for everybody.
Yes, Madam.
Okay, okay.
Madam Chair, those were my.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So for example, we just approved to spend up to $18,000 on the event for fundraising for Jamaica. Are we going to consider that a councilman's event? Or is that a private vendor's event?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go
that's
ahead.
considered, that the city was a sponsor in that event, so the city helped facilitate that event with a partnership. So that's how that particular event was administered and was coordinated. It was a partnership. It wasn't a situation where it was one particular council person. Once you all take official legislative action and contribute those resources, it is, a partnership with the city.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So, City Manager Evans, so did we spend more than $18,000? Did that include the police and public works? Because I think that's what we were spending the $18,000 on.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
I can collect that information. I don't have it available right now, but I can send an email to you to provide you with that information.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And just for clarity's sake, the reason we're having the discussion, the reason I asked for this agenda item is because there's a lot of confusion and ambiguity when it comes to the process of special events. As Ms. Miller-Anderson said, it's always been encompassed within police and fire when it's our events. And the issue is not based upon it being police and fire when we have hosting events as a city. It's the fact of the permitting process, the timelines. If we're called by a vendor or special support to get something done in the community, to support the community, there's certain timelines that we have to follow. Mr. Evans always has the clarity and the ability to be able to approve an event because it's a policy that he actually created that we approved. So within the policy, he has the right to do that. But for coverage and clarity's sake, Mr. Evans wants the pleasure of the board to support something. So every event that we've just announced, Councilman Guyton, Councilwoman Lanier's 2 events, and the event for February are all encompassed within the policy we've already created. Mr. Evans just wanted the support of the board to make sure he can move it within the permitted time. For the next meeting, I want us to have the discussion so that we could be very clear with offering and giving Mr. Evans the expedited ability to permit these events to move forward so there's no confusion. And the policy as written is just clearly supported by Mr. Evans and the board so that he has the ability to move forward with our events so that we don't have to go through these hoops and hurdles and there's confusion. So I went to an event just the other day that technically under the policy, the CDC hosted, which was an amazing event, would fall underneath a special events permit. So we just want clarity. We don't want any confusion and ambiguity. So in January's meeting, if we can have that brought, but thank you for pushing forward with this event if it's approved on consent.
Madam Chair, could you just repeat them all and who again for me, please?
Madam Chair, we have the Christmas in the Park event that occurred this past Saturday. That was in collaborations with the police department and the mayor's office. Then we have Councilperson Guyton's event, which is this Saturday. We then have Councilperson Lanier's event, which is this Friday. And then there is a subsequent event, I believe, Councilperson, in February that you're looking to do, partnering up with the American Heart Association.
That's actually January the 10th, and that is in conjunction with the American Heart Association.
Yes.
And the Health Council.
Oh, yes. So the January, and then the mayor's event, Restoring the Village, which is in February 1st, I believe. So,
Okay, so what about your, the HIV/AIDS when you did?
You just had that last week.
So that one's clear? Okay.
Madam Chair, I believe,
I
we
mean,
can
now you're
approve
making me
that
wonder
one.
about everything else here. Don't add anything
Yeah,
to
let's
it,
add
right?
it in there.
Okay, okay. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to understand because,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got the
Okay.
same impression as well, because the event that we're having is 5 years in the making, and now it's different, so we wanted to get some clarity on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same with the World AIDS Day.
all right.
All right, very good.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
these items, I want to pull all of those items. I think most of them have already been pulled related to the additional fees, the stormwater.
Hey, wait, before you go, let us approve the agenda, and then when we get to those items, you can pull them.
I thought we were really
No,
on
we
that.
don't, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I already pulled those.
They're on consent.
I already pulled those items that the councilperson referenced.
All 4 of them?
Yes, sir.
There are 4 of them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the last one that I want to pull for clarification is,
We're not there.
3K, oh,
We're not, literally not.
but they on consent.
Just go,
Madam
because I
Chair?
got something for it too.
Okay.
Can we just
All
follow
right.
Okay.
agenda?
Madam
Can we
Chair?
just follow agenda, please?
Yes.
I'd like to add the naming of the street for Bishop Masters onto the agenda.
Sir, that is something that we need to advertise. We can put it on the next,
Even though we discussed it already and it was already advertised?
no, we have to put it on the next agenda. We can do that. We can have it added to the next agenda.
Okay, I'd like to have it on the next agenda, please.
Very good.
But, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, a question about parliamentary procedures.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that, Commissioner, Spiritus was on the prevailing side. Could he still bring it back up?
That is a parliamentary question. City Attorney?
I am not the parliamentarian, Madam Chair. However, so the way it works for reconsideration under Robert's rules, and you all, the charter says we're governed by Robert's rules unless you waive it, is that you have to, number one, be on the prevailing side, but also at the very same meeting. It can't be at a subsequent meeting. And I think you've had several subsequent meetings since that. And so you would not be able to bring that back, Dr. Spiritus.
Not even as a new item and a new agenda item in the future?
No, it's the same item.
Well, it wouldn't be new.
I don't believe so. It's already been considered by the council and the will of the council prevailed.
Madam Chair?
So we'll get some clarity, Dr. Spiritus, and seeing if we can bring it back for the next agenda item. We'll get some clarity for
Okay,
that.
I'd appreciate that. Maybe we change the street.
Yeah, we'll get some clarity for that for the next
Thank you.
agenda. Madam Vice Chair, have you finished your comments? I thought you were in the, what?
We're on additions, deletions, substitutions.
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for clarity for that, as Attorney Nguyen did state, Dr. Spears would need to have been on the prevailing side, but he can bring the item if he has an amendment to the item or a change where it's not in direct correlation to what was the original motion passed. So if Dr. Spears want to bring back the street naming for Bishop Masters for a different area, that's an option for well. And he has the ability to bring it tonight. It just depends on the pleasure of the board.
No, we have,
Wait,
hold on, Madam Chair.
Hold on
Madam
a
Chair.
second.
Madam Chair,
Hold on a second.
can I continue my comments?
No, hold on one second.
I can't continue my comments, Madam
No,
Chair?
sir, hold on one second. What we have here is the person who brought the item up said that they wanted to add it to this agenda. He agreed that the next agenda would be fine. We had questions about it. We said that we would get clarity from parliamentary procedures from the city attorney and placing it on the next agenda. For all intents and all intents and purposes, it will be on the next agenda pending any other information that may preclude it from being on the agenda.
Follow up to that, Madam Chair. Follow up, Madam Chair, Attorney Nguyen said she's not a parliamentary. We followed Robert's Rules of Order. I just give you the clear process of what steps you need to take. And he could bring it back if he chooses, or anyone on the prevailing side that would actually have the ability to bring it back. It's an item that can be brought to the board, even if it's a discussion item to discuss what is being brought, as long as it's not the same motion that was made previously.
Madam Chair?
Right, but he wasn't on the prevailing side, though.
It's a different motion, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'm not sure what the mayor is talking about, but whatever he's talking about, I want to see it in writing. I trust my friend and the mayor, but we spouting out things about parliamentary procedure, and I haven't seen not one document. That's what I want to see, because I don't think that we can bring it back, but
And that is why
produce the data, documents, and evidence, and we'll roll. That's all I'm saying, okay?
and that is why it will be added to the next regular scheduled meeting unless something precludes it from being so.
Right, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead,
So
sir.
if council agrees, if the city manager can speak with Bishop Masters, maybe there's another street and it'll be a different resolution as the mayor suggested,
Sure.
as I suggested before.
Sure,
And then we can get it back on the agenda.
sure. Very good. Any other items that are listed or want to be pulled from the agenda? But hold on a second, we are at the item where it talks about agenda approval. We pulled some items from the consent agenda, we added some items. So let us approve this agenda as amended and go to the next item?
So
Madam
moved.
Chair, we can't,
Okay, all right, very good. So are there any disclosures for any of the items that are listed on this agenda this evening?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I've met with many residents and attorneys for the residents with respect to 9B.
Okay. 9B, okay. Any other disclosures?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
the Turnberry item, I've met with the developers, and their representatives at some point. It hasn't been recently, but I've had a meeting with them.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, go ahead.
same thing.
Okay,
Madam Chair, same.
okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I met with the developer a while back.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes,
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier, unanimous vote.
All matters listed, we're at the consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine and actions will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Motion to approve the consent agenda. Are there any other items other than 3C, D, E, and F that are being pulled?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to pull 3K for clarification.
3K?
Yes.
Okay. So we have 5 items to be pulled from the consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to pull item, did you all say 3F already or no? Yeah, okay.
C, D, E, and F.
C, D, E, F. I'd like to pull G, 3G, and 3I, just so for the publics, for the discussion for the public.
Okay. A
Madam Chair,
motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
clarification.
Uh-huh.
So are we just taking this off for discussion purposes?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
3C, D,
3,
E, and F, that was taken off by the manager.
C,
Not-
D,
And we're
E,
not,
and F.
and we're
Yes.
not discussing those tonight, correct?
No, he wants to take them off to go through
We are
them.
going to, okay, we are going to discuss them. All right,
Yes.
very good. Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second,
Madam Clerk?
do we have any?
Councilperson
public
Davis
comments?
Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
1 second, Madam Chair.
Do we have public comment for the consent agenda? I'm sorry, I didn't ask that.
do we? I hope not. No, we don't.
Okay,
Yes,
go ahead. With the roll call.
yes. Miller
Okay.
Anderson said yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier,
Yes,
that's a unanimous vote.
thank you. So the first item, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we are on item 3C, resolution number 143-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the interlocal agreement with Ann M. Gannon as the constitutional tax collector for Palm Beach County for the implementation and collection of the stormwater fees for the City of Riviera Beach, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to sign said agreement, authorizing annual payments totaling 1% of total collections for said agreement, and providing an effective date.
So moved.
Seven?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Randy Sherman, to make this presentation.
Sir?
Yes, good evening. Again, Randy Sherman, Chief Financial Officer. Well, I'm bringing this up. Um, This this is 3C, correct? 3C, 3D, 3E, 11C, and 11D are all related. This is really truly an administrative decision on how you want to go with this. There is a ancillary financial discussion that I'll talk about, but the finance side really isn't that significant here. What these items all relate to is currently we bill the stormwater charges and we bill the solid waste charges monthly as part of the utility bill. There's been discussion for a number of years about taking those items off the utility bill and placing them on the tax bill. For anybody who has property, you see in your tax bill, I know the Solid Waste Authority, there is a charge on your tax bill. That's how the Solid Waste Authority bills. And you'll see as I click through these slides, a number of communities that handle their billing this way versus handling it on the utility bill. What these actions are, the four items that are on the consent agenda are agreements, 2 for stormwater, 2 for solid waste, 1 each with the property appraiser and 1 each with the county tax collector. The 2 resolutions that are on the regular agenda are the actual action that you're going to take, that you are telling the county that it is your intent to put these items on the tax bill. It's your intent to do that, okay? Until we get to the budget process and you actually take the action to set this, you have the ability to walk away from it. And the county understands that you may change your mind down the line. But this is just telling the county that, hey, yeah, we've talked about it, we've had our hearings, we've taken public comment. It's our intent to go in that direction, but you don't necessarily have to do that down the line. I'll tell you, in doing the research for this, we found that the trash one, when the trash went out to a third party back in the 90s, the board actually voted to put it on the tax bill, and then it never went forward from that point forward. So what you have are those resolutions with the agreements from the county attached to each one. Those are the 4 that I put on the consent agenda. That's not gonna, let's see. There we go. So if you adopt all of these items, and you don't have to do both stormwater, you could do just solid waste and mix and match in that regard. This doesn't kick in until 2027. So, okay, we're currently in fiscal 2026. Okay, we provide this information to the county by the end of this year. That allows us to do this for fiscal 2027. So the first time anybody would see this on their tax bill is next year when they get their bills in the October timeframe. At that point, the fees would come off the utility bills, okay? So again, it's out there, it's looking forward, and again, it wouldn't show up until 2027. Why would this be a consideration by the board? One of the things that we see, by dealing with the utility customers a lot of times, is we have kind of set up a barrier of entry into the city by the deposit amount that we have to charge. By pulling these items off the utility bill, that lowers the deposit amount, by a little over $100. Okay, so again, it helps people get in. The other thing that it does by putting it on the tax bill, um, if you're a homeowner, you're paying it on utility, you're paying a tax bill. This isn't increasing the fees. It's just a different method for us to bill it and a different method for you to pay it. But by putting it on the tax bill, what it does for the renters, okay, we understand I'm a landlord. It's now on my tax bill. I'm going to pass it through on my rent. We understand that. Again, it's not going to change that. But by putting it on there, what we find, we have a hard time being able to find utility assistance programs. The last time that there were true utility assistance programs operating was during COVID. You know, there was a lot of federal money coming. The county had programs. A lot of other agencies had programs to help people with their utility bills. And during that 2020 year, a lot of our customers were able to get caught up because there was a lot of assistance out there. What is more prevalent is rental assistance. The county has a rental assistance program, and by putting the utilities into the rent, there really is more opportunity to be able to provide some assistance. That aside, what the customers would really see, by putting it on their property tax bill, if you now have the early payment discounts that are offered by the county, okay, the county tax collector, that if you're paying your bill, you get a percentage off, depending on when you pay your bill. That would come out of these dollars, okay? They would be able to receive that off of these bills. We also would see reduced banking charges. As you know, the city and the utility district eat all of the charges for banking fees. So all the credit card swipes and all those bank fees that we get, the city does not pass that on to the customers, okay? And as you know, those are all based on the dollar amount of the charges. By pulling these off of the tax bill, doesn't mean they don't still have to pay a utility. Customers still have to pay a utility bill. So we have the same amount of bills going out, same amount of payments coming in, but the amount that we're collecting at the city would be lower, which would lower the bank fees. We would collect the same dollars from the property tax collector, which again, now we don't have all those bank fees. We're hoping, the third item up there, we're hoping that, again, because the monthly utility bills are now lower, okay, that our turn-offs and turn-ons would be reduced. That people would have the ability, because it's a lower amount, to actually be able to make those payments, and then avoid the late fees and other issues that impact you when you can't make your bills. On the city side, again, those transaction charges that we pay out of our budget would be reduced. Again, as I mentioned, it's not a lot. It probably is about $150,000 on an annual basis. But that certainly would be a benefit. Again, the turn on and turn offs, every time we do that, that's staff time. So again, if we can reduce those, we can pick up staff time to be able to do some other things. And overall, what it does is we would be able to collect 100% of our annual billings by putting it on the tax bill. Right now, on an annual basis, we probably don't collect about 6-7%. It depends. When we can't collect 100% from 100% of the users, that obviously those funds then have to be provided by the users that do pay. Just to let you know, we wouldn't be the only community doing it this way. On the left-hand side, there's a number of communities that do, their solid waste on the tax bill. And then on the right-hand side is a list of communities in the area that we were able to find that put their stormwater on the bill. But that's the item. Again, like I said, it doesn't change the total amount being paid. It's just changing or potentially would change the method on which are billed, either billed annually on your tax bill or continue to be billed monthly on your utility bill. And with that,
Okay.
Madam Chair, I will take any questions.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Guyton and Commissioner Spears. Commissioner Guyton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There appear to be some benefits for the city. I'm thinking more of the impact to the residents. This process here is going to set some of our residents up for tax liens and potential foreclosures. When we put things on the tax bill, they have a mortgage, it's going to the escrow. The escrow, depending on what it is, the mortgage going to be increased to cover that additional charge on there. If they cannot pay what the increase is, potentially, they can go into foreclosure. They can afford it. If that property is already paid off, if they don't have a mortgage, they'll put a tax lien on it. So we live in a community where many of our residents are middle to lower income. And I think that this would be not beneficial for our demographic, economic demographic that we have. We need to be careful about putting a burden on our residents that could result in either a tax lien or their property going into foreclosure. And I'd rather take my chances with the process we have now as opposed to some of our residents crying about they're getting ready to lose their home. The last thing I would say that we had some companies in our neighborhood putting roofs on people's homes and on windows, and they said, don't worry about it. All you have to do, we're going to put it on your tax bill. They mortgaged, some of them doubled. People were in tears. I don't think we should go down this road putting those residents who may not have the resources on fixed incomes through this process here. It would be a little more work on us, but patience and compassion is what I work by up here. If we have to do a little more work, so be it. If we can avoid anybody going into foreclosure or their mortgage going up or tax liens, it's all worth it. So I don't support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair.
Commissioner Spears?
Okay, so Commissioner Guyton, I agree with you. You know, on the surface, it looks real great. We're going to collect 100%. We're going to take the taxes, but there will be foreclosures. Not only on the residents, on many residents will lose their homes. If they get a lien on it, it'll just keep falling and falling. Water bills, sewer bills, they all add up. But not only that, there are people that are renting in many residences, and if they don't pay their bills, what's going to happen? There's going to be a foreclosure on the owner of the property. And what is that owner going to do? That owner is going to pay the bill, and then he's going to raise the rent for the next person that's going to come in there. So we're going to lose an affordable rental property as well in the city. So I have an issue with this when you, I'm looking at the communities I worked for before, we put the sanitation, we put the trash, like you said, on the tax bill, but we never put the water sewer on the tax bill for that reason. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Guyton. We have to have compassion. We have to think about, people's lives.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
and where I work, we call a little extra work job security. So, I think I'm with the residents and, even if they're saving monthly, at the end of the year, that's going to be a bigger bill than their taxes. That they're going to have to come up with that money for the taxes. So, while it sounds like a good thing that they'll save a little bit per month, still going to end up being a bigger bill. And I totally agree with my two colleagues about the tax liens. I mean, that's the easiest way that people are losing property. So I know this came up a few years ago. What were some of the arguments about it? You know, why didn't it, get approved a few years ago? What were some of the concerns?
It never made it to a council meeting.
Oh,
We missed, we had a December meeting get canceled. It's a very technical process to advertise. We actually have to advertise 4 consecutive weeks. And once we had a meeting canceled that it was going to be on, we had to start all over again. And then we missed the December deadline by,
And, Madam Chair, can I do a follow-up? Because I did get an email from someone from Marsh Harbor in Sonoma Bay, and they said that it would be like they would be paying certain fees twice because they pay their HOA. That's a part of what they pay towards their HOA, plus they'll be paying, if they own, they'll be paying on their taxes. Have you considered that?
if I may, Madam Chair. So I've spent a lot of time with Marsh Harbor when we had the new waste management contract. The individuals have a trash bill, and the HOA has a trash bill because they have dumpsters. So they're paying their HOA fee for the dumpsters. They're paying the trash bill on their water bills if they have toters, So that was the issue that we had with it. They actually have a strange situation there where they have both. I spent time with Sugar Sands as well. They were very similar. But yeah, I understand. I just want to again clarify if I can. It's the same fee. It's just lump sum on the bill. So just so you know, right now the stormwater, they're paying $108 a year. And on the solid waste side, at $22, you're paying, about $250 a year. So it's about $360. And it doesn't lessen any work in the finance department. Matter of fact, it increases the load, but that wasn't the issue because we would have to create the files to send to the county. But again, we still, whether I collect a $50 check from a customer or a $60 check, I still have to deal with it cash. So this doesn't impact finance department at all. And that was the point I was trying to make earlier. This really is truly, I think it's a good conversation. It truly is your decision to make, and we can either package it up and put it away. And
Madam Chair?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I think that some of the thinking behind this was the fact that the city is 65% renters, and that would relieve some of the burden on renters when they're trying to get their utilities cut on, water cut on, because they sometimes it's cut off frequently because of these other items that are listed on the bill. So I think that was some of the thinking behind that. But
Yeah.
I understand both sides of the
Yep.
coin. Go
Madam
ahead, sir.
That was my comments. Thank you for that, Madam Chair. How many users do we have, Mr. Sherman, on the UD side?
how many utility customers?
How many utility customers?
Just over 14,000.
14,000? And how many, if you know offhand, how many owner occupants do we have in the city?
I can tell you, we just got that from the, probably, it's like 7,200 are homesteaded properties.
So it's just looking at both sides, colleagues. There's going to be a certain number of residents that's going to be impacted, but as as our chair just stated, that this is going to be more of an impact on a lot of our absentee owners, a lot of other owners, because it's the same bill that's being paid. It's just going to either be paid on a tax bill or on a monthly service. But also taking into consideration, I think we have a lot more questions. This water bill is already going to be going up 100%. So just reducing it by $30 a month, and then we're still going to be increasing it in the next, couple months to a year just to pay for the water plant is still going to be a major impact. So we have to find aggressive and ways to help with the residents. I like moving it over to the actual bill because it gives that flexibility and that leverage to our renters and to some of the individuals that are not homeowners. Our goal is to create more homeowners and owner occupants in the community. So we have to look at both sides. I just think it's kind of rushed to make this decision right now, even though I do support it, because I think there's some questions that we would want answered in addition to all the numbers, details, and what's going to be the impact on the residents in the community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I basically was going to echo what most of you said. This is definitely something that we need to have more conversations about, and kind of look at the pros and cons on all sides. So I would not support any of it moving forward tonight. But that's definitely something that we need to have a little more education on a little bit more later on. Thank you.
Are we talking about both, the stormwater and the, all of it?
Yeah.
All right, so would you like to, take it off the agenda altogether instead of voting on it and move forward with the workshop or something of that nature?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
that would be my motion for all of the items that pertain to it. That was what I was going to do, but it was already pulled.
Okay.
And regarding that motion, is there a way that we can get, community input? Or, is there any way to be able to kind of get an idea or some feedback from our residents?
Yeah, that's what I was saying about the education part.
The workshop, okay.
Having workshops, having like charrettes or community meetings.
All right, so we can pull this 3C, D, E, and F, and place this, for community meetings.
And there were two other ones on,
Right.
The two on the regular agenda, the resolution,
Mhm.
so that means we would be pulling off,
CDENF, 3CDENF.
Yeah, Madam Chair, there are items 11C and 11D.
11C and D? Okay. So we'll be taking those off as well.
Right.
And items will be discussed with council members and with the public before we bring it back.
So Madam Chair, was that a motion to delete those specific items?
Yes,
Yes.
that's the motion to delete those items
second,
and to bring those to the public and to the board in the form of workshops. There's a second on that motion?
second, I second it.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes,
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next item?
Madam Chair, we are on item 3G, Resolution 182-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute an agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and Pittman Law Group, PL, to provide federal lobbying services at an annual cost of $68,000 for an additional 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2028, with 2 additional 1-year renewal options, authorizing the Director of Finance to make payment for such services and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, there are no comment cards. The acceptance of cards is closed.
so move.
Second.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this time, I would ask for the Procurement Director, Ms. Ammons, to make this presentation.
Hello, good evening.
Good
For the
evening.
record, my name is Tanya Ammons, Director of Procurement. The City of Riviera Beach requires dedicated federal lobbying services to advance its federal legislative priorities. And the current federal lobbying contract expires December 31st, 2025. As such, the Procurement Department issued RFP number 1209-RFP-25-4 federal lobbying services on September 15th, 2025, and the solicitation closed on October 15th, 2025. The solicitation was advertised on BidNet using the NIGP code 96151 lobbying services. It was advertised to 75 businesses. 23 vendors downloaded the forms, and the City of Riviera Beach Procurement Department received 3 submitted proposals, one from Alcade and Fay, one from Pittman Law Group, and one from the Porter Group. During the initial compliance review, all firms were preliminarily deemed responsive. The evaluation committee met on Wednesday, November the 19th, 2025, to review and score the proposals. During that particular meeting, when the pricing was open, Porter's price sheet was blank, so they were deemed non-responsive at the evaluation committee meeting. There was also discussion at the meeting because in one area, the Pittman Law Group had submitted the form declaring that they were a local vendor, and we did not initially see their supporting documentation to support that particular claim. As the procurement director, after the initial meeting, I went back and researched and reviewed every item submitted in their entire package, made the determination that the support was indeed submitted according to the definition in the code for what a local vendor preference was. The evaluation committee reconvened. We reconvened to discuss the fined item, and these scores were adjusted accordingly with the code and with the procurement practices. And so I present to you today and all of the support documentation. I'm asking that the council approves a recommendation for federal law services, lobbying services to the Pittman Law Group. The Pittman Law Group does have an office located in Washington, D.C. The Pittman Law Group is a local vendor, and the evaluation committee evaluated the entire packages, and they were deemed the highest responsive and responsible vendor for this particular solicitation.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So, Simons, can you tell me, I heard you say that Pittman has an office in Washington, D.C. Can you tell me where that is?
The address, it is in Washington, D.C. We did verify that the address is on Channing, but the solicitation didn't state that the address had to be any particular location, nor did the solicitation state that they had to have a location in Washington, D.C.
In the future, I suggest you have that, and most lobbyists that work their salt in Washington, D.C. are located either on Constitution Avenue or K Street. Is Mr. Pittman have a partner with him in Washington? Is there someone else that's working with him who has experience in D.C.?
I cannot directly answer that particular question. The evaluation committee evaluated the packages that were submitted. They evaluated all of the vendors, and as a result, they will rank the highest. We did not ask if there's a particular partner that deals with a particular specialty area. We did not ask those substantive questions. We asked for qualifications. We asked for, methodology and approach and their experience.
Chair? I think you got a flaw in your evaluation process, a big flaw. You have to find out specifically the needs that this city has in Washington when you're hiring a lobbyist. Mr. Pittman, I support 100%. He's a great lobbyist up in Tallahassee, doing a great job. Tallahassee and Washington, D.C. are two different worlds, totally. I would have liked to have known more about experience that he has in D.C. and lobbying members of Congress and different departments in Washington. I like Mr. Pittman. Since it's a one-year contract, right, with options to renew?
Yes, this is I apologize. This is a 3-year with an option to renew. So let me verify. In the resolution, it is a 3-year term beginning January 1, 2026, expiring December 31st, 2028, with 2 additional 1-year renewal options.
Is there an exit ramp on this contract?
For all contracts that the city enters in, and that's everyone, there's an exit ramp.
Yes, sir. Can you tell me what that exit ramp is?
It is a contract cancellation for convenience, and there's also a clause to cancel for cause.
Right, but we have the ability to give a notice for non-cause.
Yes, for all city contracts, we have that ability.
And what is the city's responsibility when we do that financially?
I'm not sure I understand your question, meaning.
Do we owe money if we cancel a contract for non-cause? Do we have to pay a certain amount of money to the vendor?
I'll yield to legal.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Spirit, our standard language states that we can terminate for convenience, typically with a 30-day notice, and we would pay for any work done up to that point. So for work completed, but that would be it. There's no penalty.
Okay, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would support giving Mr. Pittman an opportunity to do this. He's done an excellent job for us in Tallahassee. In the future, though, I would like to see what your evaluation procedure was, how you rated these people. Quite frankly, I only see two people on this that really have the qualifications to rate somebody for this type of project. I don't know where you got those people from that are on there. I mean, I know they work for us, but they clearly don't have the qualifications to make this type of decision and recommendation to the city council. I would hope in the future that you would look for people that are experienced in that particular field, have great experience in that particular field. And it doesn't have to be from the city. You can go outside the city to get people to sit on these boards, on these evaluation boards. I'm sure a lot of the other municipalities would have volunteered people to sit on our board for us. But you know, I'm going to move along. I'm going to, you know, I do support Mr. Pittman, and I would give him the opportunity, and hopefully he will be successful.
Madam Chair, I would like to say that we attended a legislative event, basically a training. It was a good amount of time, and I was able to meet his representative, one of them in DC. So I can say that, you know, there is someone who is working in DC for the Pittman Law Group. And he did get us to the Capitol. We had several meetings that I found to be very productive, made some great connections and contacts. So I just wanted to add that I can say that I've had some experience with his DC assistance.
Sure, I do on the committee.
Could have been.
All right, any other questions for this item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I pulled this for, basically just to acknowledge that, I know we've had Mr. Curlin for well over 10 years, I'm pretty sure, because he was here when I got here. But I just wanted to, you know, publicly thank him for the services that he did provide for us. I recall very early on when I got on the board, Mayor Masters, myself, and Councilwoman Lynn Hubbard and Court Commissioner Joe Anderson, my husband, we were able to go to DC, and Mr. Curlin was very instrumental in making sure that we got around to all of the elected officials up there in terms of, at that time, we were advocating a lot because of the Corey Jones situation, and we were able to get the body cams here in the city, and that was a big reason why we have body cams now for our police officers. And there were just a number of things. He was well respected up there, and he has helped out over the years. So I truly, truly appreciate the work that he did. I do understand that, you know, over time, people change, you know, situations change. And I certainly have no issue with supporting Mr. Pittman because of what he's done for us here in the state. But I didn't want to go without saying and thanking Mr. Curlin for really being instrumental in a lot of things that we did over the last decade that I've been here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions
Sure.
in regards to this item?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Is there a reason that Mr. Curlin and his group did not submit a proposal? Were they aware that we had a RFP out?
I'm not familiar with the individual you are speaking with. What I do know is the last solicitation was posted on Demand Star. Everyone that responded, I made sure that I sent them an email via BitNet so that they were aware that it was posted via BitNet.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Curlin is the representative from Alcade and Fay that was our lobbyist. It was the Alcade and Fay who did submit
Yes.
yeah. But Mr. Maurice Curlin is the one that worked with us. So it wasn't someone separate, but they did put in.
They did, okay.
Okay, any other questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier,
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote. Madam Chair, did you want to proceed to the next item or take public comment?
Yeah, we need to take public comment.
Madam Chair, we have 17 public comment cards.
Public comment shall begin at 7:30 PM unless there is no further business of the city council, which in that event, it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded, the city council board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted here in the front. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the city council chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and of the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
And so public comment cards is closed. The first speaker is Shanita Johnson, followed by Dr. Philip Dukes and Reverend Dr. J.R. Thicklin. Shanita Johnson. Dr. Philip Dukes.
Good evening to everyone in their respective places. Dr. Philip Dukes. Well, let me get my notes up. Our Black history teachings, I'm talking about Black history, ancient Black history, and then I'm going to go into American history, the things that were omitted from our history books, the great accomplishments of Black people that all children should have learned in school, but they were not because of what we call racism and bigotry. Dr. G. Carter Woodson wrote a book called The Miseducation of the Negro. But there's another book that needs to be written, and it's called The Miseducation of Eurocentric Society, that breeds bigotry and what we call racism. Now, you have a tribe in Africa called the Dogon. The Dogon are in Mali. And in April 24th, let me get my notes there, April 24th, 1990, the NASA launched the Hubble telescope, and it found some planets that were not seen by anyone, and it was called Series A and Series B. No one knew it existed except one group in Africa called the Dogon. The Dogon history goes back over 15,000 years ago, but the problem is when Eurocentric archaeologists and anthropologists go there, they always want to date stuff back to the 11th century, when they started to develop. But it's over 15,000 years. Google it, you'll see that what I'm telling you is true. These were Black people that had charted the heavens when most of Eurocentric society thought the world was flat. Now, this is not us against them type of ideology. Y'all know I don't do that. Neither do I do Democrat nor Republican. I like to be centered in my expression. But just imagine if you were a Black person and you learned that in school about this tribe called the Dogon. Just imagine that you, my Eurocentric brothers and sisters, if you had learned about these brilliant Black people called the Dogon in Mali and other things that went on in Mali, what would your opinion be? But people have miseducated us and misled us. I'm the CEO of Operation Restore. You can go on YouTube and see our video, We're All Americans, Operation Restore Inc., We're All Americans. You can reach me at 561-827-7499. Now, next time I come up, we're going to talk about this some more. We're going to talk about some things we need to do in 2026 to come against the Heritage Foundation, which is a white supremacist group. PragerU, which is a white supremacist group. Project 2025, which is a bigoted, racist, nationalist group that is un-American. And we need to press against everything that's trying to divide us as Americans.
The next speakers are Reverend Dr. J.R. Thicklin, followed by Michael Jordan, R.C. Miller Jr., and Payne Lozman.
Greetings, Reverend Dr. J.R. Thicklin, President of Palm Beach County Clergy Alliance. Madam President, members of the council, mayor, and all that's here today. Perhaps when I came with an intention to speak to a certain issue, but I will bring it up nevertheless. First and foremost, I am so glad that this is recorded because the city of Revere Beach is really making great strides. And that is a real statement. That is a very good statement. I've been in Palm Beach County, Florida now 43 years. I came here at 18 years old. And I've seen the development. I've lived through many different things. I watched recognition be given, and rightfully so. We've watched streets be named and renamed for different individuals for the service that they provided. And we should. I just recently came back from Springfield, Connecticut, and my now new uncle, pastor up in that area, they had a street named after him, another street, and I began to research why. And it was because of the service that they had. So I would like to just comment, although it may not be pertinent now since the change, the idea of naming a street after Mayor Masters. It doesn't take much. As a person who travels quite a lot, that when you travel and you say where you're from, people say, do you know Mayor Masters, or do you know this person? And it's always something that with very positive things. Mayor Masters, I believe, is one of the longest serving mayors in the city of Revere Beach history. Mayor Masters have not just been a mayor, he's been a community activist. It was Mayor Masters who started a movement, No More Saggy Pants, encouraging people to pull up their pants. It was Mayor Masters that was the first that talked about down with hope, down with dope and up with hope. It was the Mayor Masters who led the initiative to rename Old Dixie Highway to President Barack Obama Highway. It was Mayor Masters who also started what we call the Senior Veterans Organization and many things. That's just on that side of it. But let's talk about the mayor that also have helped bury many people, who've allowed services to be held at his church without pay. I know that because a lot of times he said, listen, I'm just going to do that. So how are you going to continue to maintain it? What I want to say to you today is this. I could think of more reasons to rename a street after him than I can think of those not. I urge you, don't let great be the enemy of good. Don't let perfect be the enemy of progress. I urge you to think about the fact that each one of us have passes, we have history, and we have roads that we're going to. How would renaming a street after him hurt the city's image? I don't think so. International Ambassador for the League of Mayors. Thank you very much.
The next speakers are Michael Jordan, R.C. Miller Jr., Fane Lozman, and Amon Israel.
All right, how you doing? I'm coming with great respect to you all. As I always say, to set the pace and to respect everybody here, I'm moving real quickly. First of all, I agree with Pastor Thicklin. I don't see an issue with naming the street after Reverend Bishop Masters. He has done a lot for the city, even for this building right here that we're sitting in today. In the same property that we're sitting on, Mr. Lozman laid it out very, very clearly for us at the past meeting. Okay, so like I said, we want to make sure we take care of that. And I don't see an issue with that, not to discredit Mr. Hester, but I know what Reverend Master has done in this city for this particular space that we're in right here today. So I don't see a problem with that. I don't think whatever your personal issue with him has to do with that, because if you're going to stand on business, you need to stand on business. I can work with everybody and not have anything personal against them and let it get in the way of business, because we still have to do business and run business the way it needs to be ran. Second of all, I met with some seniors in the neighborhood. They want to know how are they being charged for their water bills, okay, when the meters are not even working and the people that come out to read the meters don't even read them. So what is the guesstimated cost that they are being charged? So we want to get back to that. You know, we need to talk about that, okay, because like I said, when my aunt speak up, I speak for everybody, but I definitely have an issue when my aunt has an issue. She's 80 years old, but she's competent enough to know that people are not coming out there reading her media, okay? So you all need to take that into consideration. That's the first thing. The second thing is, we have to continue to be on board And it's nothing against Jamaica. How we gonna help Jamaica when we don't even help the citizens of Riviera Beach? That's a concern to me. Okay. I also still have a concern with the issue that's going on with Mr. Keith Golden. We cannot let that die down. I pray that you might make the right choice for somebody who has passion for the residents in this city. Okay. So like I said, even with what happened tonight with the issue of Mr. Spiritus wanted to place the issue on the agenda, you place everything else on the agenda. So why was that discredited? Okay, I know, like I said, I see a lot of things that go on. It's not about your best friend or who you support. It's about the business of Riviera Beach. So like I said, I respect each and every one of you up there. I love each and every one of you up there. I want you to always put your best foot forward. And I really mean that genuinely coming from my heart. But I don't trust a lot of people that's up there. And I'll be glad when you are GONE gone.
The next speakers are R.C. Miller Jr., Fane Lozman, Amon Israel, and Cindy March.
Hi, my name is R.C. Miller Jr. I'm from West Palm Beach, but I married a girl from Riviera Beach, so I'm just proud to be here. I'm here to talk about my friend, my mentor, and my hero, Reverend Thomas Masters. I've watched him a long time. He has put his foot on the ground. Now they said boots on the ground. He's been on the ground, not only in Riviera Beach, but in West Palm Beach. He walked right beside me with the murderers. We was marching on murderers. We was having a lot of murderers in our city. And he walked right beside me at West Palm Beach. He was down in Delray. He's Boynton. But most of all, he's all over the world. Who wouldn't want to name a street after somebody like that? This is the spirit of Christmas. This is the spirit of Christ. This is the way that we all could be happy and make someone happy. It would make him very happy to have a street named after him. It would make his family happy. It would make us as pastors happy. We need someone who everybody knows, and just like they said, the little children know him, the teenagers know him, the adults know him. He's known all around the world. He's the only person I know that went to the Pope funeral. He doesn't see black and white. He works with the mayor just like he was still mayor. He has not stopped working for your city. And I want to say to each and every one of you, open your hearts, open your mind, and maybe like Dr. Glenn, I don't want to mess your last name up, but maybe y'all can reconsider. It's no one more worthy than Thomas Masters to have a street named after him. I just like to say thank you all for letting me speak, and God bless you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by Amon Israel, Cindy March, and Mrs. Williams. Fane Lozman.
Fane Lozman, Singer Island. I don't know how many people here knew Josh Lewis. I'm sure Councilperson Guyton did. He's going to retire next April. I'm very disturbed that his gun badge and ID were taken away from him months ago. And he busted a lot of bad guys and he has no gun and badge or ID. And he hasn't been suspended. So somebody needs to look into why is this police officer who's still being paid, staying at home, does not have his gun badge and ID, but in April 1st, when he retires, they're going to give it back to him. He's barred from coming to the city. So it's a pretty severe situation. I'd like one of you who's a responsible individual to look into that. Number two, I've been coming to these meetings for 20 years. You don't do a roll call vote to adopt the agenda. It's called a voice vote. If you're going to be the council person, read the rules of Robert's Rules of Order. You do a voice vote. You say, hey, we want to adopt the agenda. I'll say aye, I'll say nay, nay, and then whatever is the louder tone, you adopt it. If somebody has a question, then they call for a voice vote. But we're doing roll call votes for things that make no sense. And I've never seen anybody at the county. That's all they do is voice votes. They don't do a roll call vote. Every blue moon they do one. Number three, I've been coming up here since the city council chair has been Lanier, and we have these rules. Federal case law shows many of these rules are unconstitutional. Why do we still have this board up here with rules that are unconstitutional? If anybody's an expert in the First Amendment, it's me. I won a case at the U.S. Supreme Court over the First Amendment. I have the Pam Carlin at Stanford Law School. She's considered the foremost expert who represented me. You can look at these rules. It said no profane remarks, no impertinent remarks, no slanderous remarks. You can't say that. If I want to come here and say this place is fucked up, I can do that. That's not a violation of the First Amendment. Okay? And also, if I want to direct comments, if I think an individual in the city is not doing a good job, I can call that person out, whether it's an elected official, a city employee, or anyone else. I mean, you can read about it on Google. Google what First Amendment protections are at city council meetings. These rules are unconstitutional. Now, the four of you have a responsibility when speakers come up here and the police interfere in their ability to make their comments. You have a responsibility to censure the chair. You have to say, I'm not going to participate in that type of behavior. I'm not going to let you use the police to silence speakers because you don't like what they have to say. That's what the First Amendment protects speech that people don't like. If somebody comes and says, oh, Lanier is doing the greatest job, and you direct the comment to her like that, no one's going to say anything. But you say Lanier is doing a horrible job, which she is, then they have the police come over and shut them up. That's not the way things are done. Now, I have a number of people who wanted, I'll finish up comments later.
Amon Israel, Cindy March, Mrs. Williams, and Mayor Bishop Thomas Masters.
Good evening, Chair, Mayor, and Council. Amon Yisrael. Again, what is really going on with our Assistant Chief, Keith Golden? Our Chief Golden has outstanding evaluations, impeccable record. Chief Golden was deployed on multiple missions representing the city of Riviera Beach and the state of Florida. He has been deployed to Jacksonville, where he served as the Deputy Chief of Operations and Incident Commander during COVID pandemic. He was chosen by the state for that position. He was deployed to Tallahassee to serve as the EOC Emergency Operations Center during Hurricane Ian. He also served on the Emergency Medical Service Advisory Council for Palm Beach County. He also served in Region 7. That's where we live. All Hazards Incident Management Team. The city paid an outside investigator who specialized in fire department investigations. The professional investigator recommended training. How do we go from training to firing our city chief Golden as the assistant city manager? The president of a union made a statement on TV that our city manager should fire our assistant Golden chief. What arrogance. After the first investigation, some created another investigation. Just what are they trying to prevent? Riviera Beach Fire Department, paramedics, I know that you're some of the best that our state has to offer. Years ago, I did a personal survey with Palm Beach Gardens Hospital, St. Mary's, Good Sam, John F. Kennedy North. They all said that when our fire department bring in patients, they're more stable. Fire, rescue, firefighters, paramedics, do not get caught up with a few that's in our department that's causing ruckus, particularly when we have an assistant chief with the accommodations that he has. Just what are some trying to prevent? Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Cindy March, followed by Mrs. Williams, Mayor Bishop Thomas Masters, and Bryce Graham.
Council, Cindy March. You know you all called for a special meeting on Monday. I got a wolf of it. So what I did, I went on social media. Social media can help you or hurt you, but it was time for help to our residents and to our voters and to a person like me who's been an advocate for over 30 years for the city where I love to live, work, and play. You don't keep calling a special meeting and don't post it within 24 to 48 hours, and then you turn around and cancel it. The meeting was about the investigation for the employees of the city of Revere Beach, where you all was bringing in your own investigator. You all got to start being transparent. You all got to start being honest. We all need to have unity with one another. I would love to see this city move forward. I'm with changes, but at what cost? You all got to remember, we put you all in office. You all work for us. We don't work for you all. And some of the bad decisions you all make because y'all want power over politics, we better than free turkeys. We better than a to-go plate with food in it. Yes, a lot of people couldn't afford turkeys. And I reached out to Dr. Glenn Spiritus. Him and his aide helped me get several people turkeys for this year. This is who I am. You all got to start having a pure heart. And just like with Reverend Masters, he helped all of you all get into office this term. And it's a shame that y'all got this deceitful feeling about this man who helped you all get into office. I can agree and disagree with a lot of things, but I'm disagreeing with you all now. I have said some terrible things to a lot of you all up there, but I can always be the better person and come back and give credit where credit's due. And I'm giving credit to Kashama Miller Anderson because when she first ran, Master was there for her, and he's still there for her. And she took all she could do to say yes to his vote. He put Lanier and Guyton in office this year, you all. I'm telling you all. And Doug Lawson had already knew he was going to be the mayor. And I'm not going to keep elaborating on that because I respect everybody and they respect the places. But when I find you to be untrustworthy, I have no hard feelings at all for not communicating with you all to help move this city forward. You all talking about the water bill. You all need to eliminate these events you got going on. Our number one priority should be this water. Dr. Glenn Spiritus, I can't praise you enough. And you know what? Before it's all over, it's going to be a whole lot of people look like you sitting on this board. Because you're going to know what you're doing. They're going to know what they're doing. Stop letting your friends be your decision.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Mrs. Williams, followed by Mayor Bishop Thomas Masters, Bryce Graham, and Katrina Knowles.
Good evening to the council and the mayor, to all you people here of the city of Riviera Beach. I'm so glad to see you all out. I'm just going to say right over, I appreciate Reverend Bishop Masters. I think he should have the street named after him. It won't take away from nobody. Tell me what's going to take away from him. Name a lot of others. I think his name is worthy to be there. But this is what I want to say to the council. You know, y'all start at this meeting. Y'all trying to discuss for your plan and your deals what you're going to do. Why don't y'all do that among y'allself before y'all came and took up time? And the tax money, y'all get tax money from the county to help pay for some of this stuff here. And you have the HOA. If you have property and you live in that, you pay your mortgage off your house. If you don't pay that HOA, they will come and take your house. Don't y'all go with that. I'm telling you. And the assistant chief, why y'all want to take, I don't know the whole story. I asked all y'all I want to talk to you. Why don't y'all tell me what the whole story about Mr. Fireman? I've known him before I ever came over to speak at these councils. And Bishop, like I say, Bishop Masters, you you. He put all y'all in there. He used to run out like the campaign for other people. He'd be right there trying to get people to vote for you. So I don't know why it's a holdup. Shouldn't be no holdup. You should just name that street after him. And please stop doing what you do. I want y'all to pay attention. I want y'all to do a collage of these council people. When certain people get up here, they like, yes, sir. They're doing all that looking at them. When they don't, the people that come up and talk different here for the city, you watch them. Watch their face and their reaction. It's from the heart if you mean right all the way. You put on the frontness, whether you mean it or not. With loving kindness can we draw. Sugar and salt look the same, but taste it and see what it'll do. It's good for both purpose that it should be. But if you don't use it right, it'll mess up the dish. So please just do it. Mr. God, I want to show you something. I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to show you some pictures about different things that has happened. I want y'all to remember that. And please, stop carrying on. Don't want to help. Don't want to do. But yet you say you're in power. Remember, it's a greater power than all our powers. Satan thought he had it, but God brought him down. Well, he brought himself down.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Mayor Bishop Thomas Masters, followed by Bryce Graham, Katrina Knowles, and Pastor Franz LaJeunesse.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, and to the entire council, I just want to make a public announcement. First of all, we want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a blessed Christmas, and a Happy New Year. We are going to, as we've been doing for 30 years plus, on December the 23rd, right around that date, we'll be giving out new bicycles at our church to members of the community, new shoes, tennis shoes, and new toys. If you need a bike or new pair of tennis shoes or some toys for your children, please contact us ASAP. The number to call is 561-247-2713. 561-247-2713. We do need to first come, first serve, but you do need to call for we can make sure that we can serve you properly. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Bryce Graham, followed by Katrina Knowles, Pastor Franz LaJeunesse, and Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening, everyone.
Sir, you're not yet. We have Bryce Graham first, and then I'll call your name.
Good evening, Bryce Graham, Second Vice President of the National Action Network Central Florida Chapter, under the leadership of the Reverend Al Sharpton. There is a statement that says what is understood does not need to be explained. And so we all know that the Reverend Bishop Thomas Masters, former mayor of this city, has done countless of things as to leading protests in this city, standing up for the citizens and the community in Stony Brooks, job fairs and other things. And so tonight I have come to announce that we have over 600 petitions signed on copy and online. And so we will not rest and we will not stop until we get the street named after the Bishop Thomas Masters.
The next speaker is Katrina Knowles, Pastor Franz LaJeunesse, Margaret Shepherd, and William Cantor.
Good evening, council members. My name is Katrina Knowles, and I live on 7th Street. I was able to purchase my first home with the Renaissance Project with the CRA in 2017, but the reason I'm here is the lack of support that I received from the time that I got the property. I was told I was getting a 1-year warranty instead of a standard 10-year warranty for new homes in order to keep the cost down. At the time, I didn't realize it was because it allowed the builder to do substandard work. From the first day I moved in, I had mold. Anita Jenkins said, just wipe it down and it'll be fine, just because the house was unoccupied for some time. I wiped down the mold and it came right back. I had UV lights installed in the AC. I spoke to different AC companies and I tried to keep the humidity down. None of that worked. And today the mold has spread throughout the ductwork and throughout the house. My daughter has asthma and I have allergies now. I bought 3 dehumidifiers to try to mitigate the issue and nothing worked. Now I have multiple companies telling me that I have to replace the air handler after only 8 years, which is in the attic, and clean all the ductwork, and they're going to charge me $8,000. My porch is falling apart, my fascia boards are rotting, and my siding needs to be replaced. All things that should last from 10 to 30 years, and it's only been 8 years. I notified the CRA throughout the years with no help. And in February, I spoke again to Anita Jenkins, and she told me to fill out an application for a reclaim loan. But that was just for the porch railing. She told me that every year the wood needs to be resealed. And that's what brings me here today, because I've gotten quotes, and I'm going to end up being in debt because of all the repairs. It's going to be over $20,000. $10,000 just for the mold remediation. I've gotten to the point of wanting to sell the house, but then I won't be able to afford to go anywhere else. So I'm stuck breathing in mold, and I have an 8-year-old house that's already falling apart.
She has other people in the area that bought their home at the same time.
Oh,
And they're
okay,
having
ma'am.
the same issue. We will be at the next council
Oh,
meeting. And I
yes,
will be
ma'am.
calling House
Oh,
Authority.
okay.
The next speaker is Pastor Franz Lejeunesse, Margaret Shepherd, William Contole, and Doretta Pope.
Good evening again. My name is Pastor Franz Lajeunesse. On behalf of the Haitian community, I'm here to ask you to please consider name a street after Bishop Thomas Masters. Bishop Thomas Masters, we look up to him as a friend, a mentor, a good Samaritan, and a pastor. 2010, in the year 2010, after a massive earthquake devastated the country, Bishop Thomas Master was the one who reached out to the Haitian leaders. He reached out to the community to help us help the needs that we can provide to our loved ones who are hurting in Haiti. The beautiful thing about it, Bishop Master went to Haiti with us just to make sure all the things that we gather reach out to the right people. Just recently, a few months ago, I remember that after the earthquake, our relationship has been strong. And I remember recently, myself personally, reached out to Bishop Masters because of some members in my church were hurting. They were out of jobs. They couldn't pay their rent. They couldn't provide food for their children. I reached out to him. In his church, Bishop Master prayed with this family. He didn't just pray with them. He put them in his car, reached around the neighborhood in Riviera Beach to help them find jobs. And still now, he's still helping us. And this is why myself personally, I took initiative with that, helping young people like me and young ladies with a program that they can navigate to look for jobs. Some of them, they had no hope. We teach them to go back to school, get the GED, and go to college. Some of them, we even help them initiate with the military. It's all because Bishop Master has been a mentor to me. I'm doing this. This is why I would like you to please consider to name the street after him because he deserves it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Margaret Shepherd, followed by William Comtoll, and the last speaker is Doretta Paul.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Mr. Evans, Lakeview Park, everybody keeps asking me about that particular area. That area was when the Caucasian people from the Bahamas came over. And I remember my father talking a little bit about it, but it's a historical site. And I don't know, maybe the clerk will know a little bit more about Lakeview Park. But I think that since we're revitalizing that area, Mr. Spiritus, I think that it should be a plaque to say it's a historical site as well as the plaque. I don't remember too much of my dad talking about it, but I remember my grandfather was over there where the fish market was at, and he had a boat that was called the Juanita, and he used to take the African Americans out into the ocean or fish or whatever. I'm just giving you an update of what I know about it. So maybe we can dig a little deeper to put that historical plaque, just something to talk about. But anyway, to my good friend there, I'm so glad to see you and to know that I appreciate you stepping in, and you too doing a lot of things. And I appreciate you. I just want to appreciate you publicly. We call him the real crusader, and he is still moving on in the ministry. Thank you. But let me flip over again to Bishop Masters, and I heard Cindy March talk about the kind of the confrontations we had. And it's one thing about me. Once I forgive, I forgive. I don't look back. Whatever happened, happened. And I'm not condoning it. But if anybody deserves a street, out of all the people that have streets, Bishop Masters deserve it. We ought to stop this. We shouldn't be going through this every week talking about the bishop. And I want to say Bishop Torian Davis will be getting married Sunday at 5 o'clock. And I was more appreciative to Alan Temple that hosted him Sunday. And Bishop Masters was there with his group. I'm appreciative of some things. If I leave today or leave tomorrow, the one thing I know that is good people in this world that did bad things. I mean, it happened. What can I say? It happened. I've done a lot of things, but I lived in Detroit, Michigan, so you would know about my past. The past is the past. Why do we keep talking about a man that has done more than any pastor I know? Buried the dead with no money, married him with no money. Why should I hold anything about him? God say those without sin, you cast the first stone. Thank you.
The next speaker is William Comtoll, followed by Doretta Polk. William Comtoll, Doretta Polk.
I think he left.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I'm a citizen of Riviera Beach. And I just want to commend Mr. Brody. He's doing a fantastic job. I just went to a seminar that he had given by the American Heart Association. Mrs. Talanda Ford was the speaker, and she talked concerning loving and kindness and meditation that we all should do for ourselves. We have to start being kind and loving to ourselves. Then you can bring out the love and kindness to others. And it was very remarkable event. And it was spoken that we must start having peace among ourselves and start having to be out strong and healthy. And I just want to commend them. We had also Miss Liba did a black cake. It was a book, novel. It was very interesting. And we were just having a wonderful time there at the library. And I think we'll be moving to the Brooks Center. And I just can't say enough how he is have brought a lot of innovation and knowledge to the library, even with the children's center. Now, I want to touch on a situation that happened to me here in last council meeting. There was a statement by Mr. Lloyd Brown that council's chair, Shirley Lanier, never, when I spoke when Mr. Troderick McCoy was on the diocese, that I would speak out his name, and she never told me to stop or anything like that because you're friends. Well, the truth is, that's before she had her rules of decorum. Everybody was talking about, bringing people's names out, And Mr. McCoy actually talked to me first. He wanted to talk with me, and we went aside in the foyer right here, and we had a pleasant talk. And every time we did talk, it was pleasant. He was very respectful. I look up at him and he looks at me, and sometimes he didn't agree with me, and he would say, okay, Ms. Park, you have a good night now. But he did never use any profanity towards me. Now, and certain things, he's on Facebook and all that, but never towards me. He was very respectful. But that what I got from Mr. Brown was so unnecessary. And each and every one of them have a blessed Christmas and holiday.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. See you all next year. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is the end of public comment.
City Manager, would you like to address some of the issues that were listed in public comment?
Madam Chair, very quickly, concerning the meter readings, we have radio read meters, so all vehicles need to do is drive down the road and they actually collect what is the readings for our meters. If there's concerns with regards to a meter reading, I'll make sure that our customer service and quality assurance manager gets with Mr. Jordan to look into that particular area specifically. Also, with regards to the comment on the Renaissance program, I will have a conversation with Ms. Jenkins and Director Mercius to get some additional context associated with that. And then for the Lakeview Park item, we can do some research about the historical significance of that part of our community. That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
The special city council meeting that was posted that we were supposed to have on Monday, it was posted last week, Wednesday. So it was more than 24 hours. It was not posted within 24 hours. It was posted last week, Wednesday. Thank you.
Very good. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, excuse me, we are on item 3I, resolution number 187-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the temporary closure of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Congress Avenue, and certain portions of other ancillary streets, authorizing a contingency route, and authorizing staff to submit the appropriate Department of Transportation permit application for the 42nd Annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Parade, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, there are no public comment cards, and the acceptance of cards is closed.
So moved.
Second.
Do we have any? You said no public comment card?
There are no public comment cards for this item.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, I'll ask for the Assistant City Manager to help facilitate this presentation.
Jacobs?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor Lawson,
other council persons in your respective places, City Manager Evans, Attorney Nguyen, and City Clerk Hall. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs. I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. Resolution 18725 concerns the closure of streets, in particular Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, as well as Congress Avenue and other ancillary streets in an effort to effectuate the annual Martin Luther King parade. It'll take place on January the 17th, and it'll be the city's 42nd annual parade event. If you have any questions, Sergeant DeSantis is here to assist with the presentation, and I believe our special events manager, Mrs. Aladia Franks Edwards, is also available to answer questions.
Who pulled this item?
I did, Madam Chair.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
did for the public, just to get the information that you just shared. When is the deadline, or when is the application open and closed?
For the
For people to
entries,
participate.
it's open right now. It's
And-
online. You can go online as well as you can call our special events office in order to apply to participate in the parade.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Special Events Manager Aledia Franks Edwards. I did have a presentation prepared in regards to some of the community feedback and concerns regarding the parade route. And I don't know if you would like me to share that with you. I know Ms. Jacobs did share the general information, but I did want to communicate to you some of the feedback and the concerns and recommendations from the MLK Committee and Special Events Committee.
Go ahead with those concerns.
Yes, Walter, are you ready? Okay. Let me see, guys, sorry, technical difficulties. Can you see my presentation on the screen, Ms. Jacobs, or Ms.
Yes.
Lanier? I'm not sure.
We can see it, Aladia.
Okay, thank you, Assistant Manager Jacobs. Again, good evening. I'm Aladia Franks Edwards, Special Events Manager. I am presenting this evening alongside Sergeant Bryant DeSantis from the Police Department's Traffic Division. As Ms. Jacobs stated, the city will be hosting its 42nd annual Dr. Martin Luther King Parade on Saturday, the 17th at 10 a.m. This year's theme is Walk Together in Unity with Purpose. Tonight, as Ms. Jacobs stated, staff is requesting authorization for temporary road closures, approval of parade contingency routes, and authorization to submit the FDOT permit applications. Community participation in our MLK parade continues to grow. To respond to feedback from residents and businesses, the Special Events Office, in coordination with the 2026 MLK Committee, is presenting several other additional options for council to address some of the growth and relates to the parade. So on the first slide is option one. That is our existing parade route. This is Congress Avenue and Blue Heron Boulevard corridor to Avenue P. This parade route has been used for the past 2 years for 2024 and 25. Staff feedback, community feedback, while this parade route has been successful, feedback has identified congestion, some idling along the parade route, and neighborhood access concerns. To address these concerns, staff recommends reducing the number of entries and/or limiting performances to 1 minute at the viewing stand and strictly enforcing parade rules through police personnel and the MLK parade ambassadors.
Madam Chair, one second.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Edwards. Go
Yes.
ahead.
So
Yes, ma'am.
Congress Avenue and Blue Heron to Avenue P, didn't we do MLK? That's not the route we took, is it? We did MLK, right? From Congress to Avenue P?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, and the MLK to Avenue P, correct, Ms. Sure, Councilperson
Okay,
Commissioner Miller Anderson, yes. That's the existing routes
okay.
right
the
now.
MLK.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to move on to option 2. This is also a consideration. This is Gardens Road, south to MLK Boulevard and east to Avenue P. Staff is proposing starting the parade at Riviera Beach Preparatory Academy, which is located along Gardens Road. Staff would like to take this moment to also thank Principal Mark Simmons and Mr. Cartwright at the school for approving if this is approved tonight, this area for the staging location. This proposed parade route increases staging space. It reduces congestion. However, it does not impact it will impact Saturday businesses, and it requires additional safety measures due to the canal along the roadway. So this was one of the considerations. It does extend the parade at least a half a mile in the staging areas. The next option is option 3. This was in discussion. The Special Events Office has been in discussion with Commissioner Bobby Powell's office and the Palm Beach County Parks and Rec Department. If this is considered, if not this time, in the near future, maybe an upcoming, where hopefully it possibly consider as an option for this year. This option could significantly expand staging capacity and improve parade flow. While it may not be feasible this year, there is strong support to continue exploring it. Also creating a great partnership with Palm Beach County. This option will possibly require mutual aid or assistance from the county and additional road closures from DOT. As I stated, I've been in contact with the 2 offices, and I would like to give them a special thanks, and they are very supportive with this potential partnership. On option 4, this is Congress Avenue in Blue Heron to MLK Boulevard, east to Avenue P. So we will start at Blue Heron and Congress over by the post office, proceed south on Congress to MLK. Starting the staging area, proceeding south on Congress, turning into Martin Luther King, and continue east. This option does allow for centralized staging while maintaining a familiar parade corridor. There are, however, concerns regarding access to communities along Congress Avenue, Marsh Harbor, Spin Acres, Congress Lakes, etc. For future options, the Special Events Office is constantly looking for ways to expand events and to capitalize on opportunities to build partnerships. Additional, we've received calls from a gentleman, Ms. Cody, Ms. Boston. We're possibly considering additional future options to include a potential route starting at the VA hospital or vice versa, starting on Avenue P and going to the VA hospital. Recognizing the significance within our city that the Veterans Hospital is located right here in this great city. Next, possibly hosting a tri-city parade with Riviera Beach, Mangonia, and West Palm Beach. Either it could be an MLK or a holiday parade, creating a 3 municipal celebration along the Australian corridor. We did this about 15 years ago. It built a relationship, and we went all the way down to the Urban League. Staff has received feedback from residents and businesses and continues to work collaboratively to address these concerns together as a city. So Sergeant DeSantis and I are present to address any feedback you may have. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Sergeant DeSantis, these, we had an agenda review. Has PD reviewed all of these route options?
At this time, I was privy to 3 out of the 4
I
options.
can't hear him. I can't hear. I'm sorry.
I apologize. At this time, I was privy to 3 of the options out of the 4 that were listed there.
And follow, Madam Chair, the route option that we did last year, being that we're just around a month out, I think just trying to keep it consistent and possibly having these discussions a little earlier for marketing purposes, discussion purposes, safety and timeline would be something that we could kind of visit at a later date. But I think trying to change it 30 days from the date of the parade is going to be difficult. So I'd recommend sticking with the route that was already vetted by PD staff and FHP as well from last year.
Yeah.
These options, Ms. Jacobs, the options that are being presented and then alternative options as well for next year and future years is definitely a good idea for us to take a look at, because we can visit those and have those discussions maybe a little bit earlier so we can prepare for the parade and invite other teams out.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may.
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with the mayor. As stated in the presentation, staff has taken the feedback and the concerns from our citizens and all of the participants in the parade. This was just to make sure that the mayor and our council was aware of these concerns. And it's important to just share this with you in advance so we can start planning for next year. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
All right, very good. So we'll just get an early start for the 2027 parade.
Yes,
Very
ma'am.
good.
Yes, Chair.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Edwards. Any more questions
Thank you.
about this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Officer.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Madam
Next item.
Chair, we are on item 3K, resolution number 190-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, adopting the City of Riviera Beach 2026 state legislative agenda, affirming the city's legislative priorities and state appropriations requests, authorizing the city manager or designee to advocate for said priorities, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, there are no comment cards. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So moved. Second. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, I'll pull this.
Okay, go ahead.
Just for clarification, I see, that we have prepared a packet, and I was curious to know if the city council had any input in this, because I did not have any input. I'm not sure if you talked to the others.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
The components of the packet that have what's happening on the state level, that was part of the packet that our legislative, intergovernmental affairs and legislative administrators provided. So I just provided you that for context. The 4 items that are actually projects that are on the City of Riviera Beach priority projects list, those are the items that in conversations that we've had with council in part of public meetings that we've identified projects. So the 4 projects that we have is the rehabilitation of our well fields, the utility district water plant, the intercoastal intercoastal waterway crossing, and then the police department are the 4 priority projects.
Okay. At the most note, this is my 4th time sitting up here. There is a process that during this part of the legislative process, irrespective of what we say in public, city manager normally always meet with the council people to reaffirm if this way we're going. I didn't get that consideration, and I think that each of us deserve to have some type of conversation before you put it in a packet like this. Most of these would probably have been approved. My issue is with staff that's doing it and putting it on my desk. This is our priorities. That's not how I roll. And I would hope in the future that you understand that just courtesy goes a long ways. I can think for myself. I know what I would like to recommend. I got a little irritated when I saw this and nobody had spoken to me. So I will hope in the future that you give some consideration to at least speaking to, I can't speak for them, the rest of my colleagues, to me as a council person. So I can confirm that this is the direction or give you my input, and then 3 out of 5 will make the decision. So that irritated me, Mr. Evans, because we are the policymakers. We get input from the residents, then we pass that down to you. It doesn't go from the bottom up, it goes from the top down. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Any questions about this item?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So I mean, these are all worthy items that you have on the list, and I've had this discussion with the city manager before. When we were up in Tallahassee last year, the legislators made it very clear to us that they were not going to approve any projects that we have the ability to get the funding from another resource. And that could be a state resource. It could be a revolving loan program from the water. It could be numerous different areas that we have the ability to apply for funding from the state and the federal government. Like I said, these are all worthy items. I only think that the only one that has a chance of being approved is probably the police department training facility. The others all we have the ability to get funding from other sources. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that if my colleague, Commissioner Guyton, might have a point that maybe if we discuss this further, we can come up with other items that would have a better chance of getting approved. So in the future, maybe we should change the policy a little. Thank you.
Okay. Any other items? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Next item.
Madam Chair, excuse me, we are on item 3J, which was added to the agenda. It is a request for the City Council Board to proceed with events over the next couple of weeks, as well as ratify Christmas in the Park in support of the following projects. Councilperson Guyton's event, December 20th. Chairperson Lanier's Christmas event, December 19th.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Didn't we add that to consent? And we voted one vote already. We didn't pull
Voted
it.
on it already? Okay, I apologize. We are on item 6A, Library and Youth Empowerment Programs Transition Plan during renovation of facility.
Sarah?
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this time, if I can have the Library Director, Mr. Adam Brody, and the Assistant to the City Manager, Dr. Hayes, to make this presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Adam Brody, Library Director, Riviera Beach Public Library. Good evening, City Council, Madam Chair, Mayor. This evening, myself, along with our Assistant to the City Manager, Dr. Hayes, will be providing an overview regarding the upcoming transition of library services and YEP operations to the respective locations. This is in light of the renovations that will be taking place at the library building. So we'll start off with the first slide. Purpose of the renovations. The main things that will be going on at the library during the course of the renovations involve fixing the roof, replacing carpeting in the adult reference section, along with painting the facility. So those will be kind of the main things that will be going on during the course of the renovations. Next slide. The library will be transitioning to the Brooks Center, which is 594 West 4th Street, Riviera Beach, 33404. The hours of operations will be Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., along with Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And here's the timeline that'll be taking place during the course of the time frame. The last day of operations at the Riviera Beach Public Library in terms of servicing the public will be Tuesday, December 23rd. The first day of service at the Brooks Center will be Monday, December 29th. The last day of service at the Brooks Center will be Friday, January 30th. And the first day of service at the newly renovated Riviera Beach Public Library will be Monday, February 2nd. And here's an outline of some of the services that will be performed while we're at the Brooks Center by the Riviera Beach Library team. Number one will be computer and printing access for the public. So we'll still have some computer terminals available along with some access to printing for the public. Administration of library cards during that time frame. Also voter registration assistance. We'll be having interlibrary loan, which is a reciprocal borrowing agreement through our partnership with the Library Cooperative of the Palm Beaches, which involves 9 other libraries. Expanded outreach during that time frame through our reference leadership team. Charmaine Arnold, our children's librarian, and April Giles, our adult librarian. And also newspaper news and information access, not just physical newspaper access, but also the facilitation of access of our electronic resources as well.
Good
evening.
Mute your phone, please.
Madam Chair, Council, Mayor, City Manager, and everyone in their respective places. I am Dr. LaTronda Hayes, the Assistant to the City Manager. My portion of the presentation pertains to the Youth Empowerment Department. The Youth Empowerment Department will be relocating temporarily to the Wells Recreation Center Portable Center, which is at Wells Recreation. Our hours are Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We just wanted to share with you a little bit about the calendar for that month. There are only 20 days in the month of January that we will actually be operating. So it's a very short period, being that there are 3 holidays, or actually 3 holidays and 1 no school day. Okay. All right. So some of our programming includes, tutoring, after school homework, preparing for after school homework, game room, GED prep, fishing fanatics. That's something that we do on Saturdays, once a month. Summer internship programs, college tours. That's something that we're planning for. We also have lifeguard certification, FOSFA night, mad scientists, job readiness, and things of that sort. But for the month of January, we're just going to focus on the ones that are highlighted. We're going to make sure that the students have a game room, that we're still doing GED prep. We're focusing on health, mental health, and wellness, and also providing those hydroponic kits to our youth. Of course, we do the pre-apprenticeship program. We just wanted to highlight that those are 5 of our young men that have been accepted to that program. And there's a picture there that shows, the health and wellness, some of what we do during the year. We'll be taking our computers over there to the Wells Recreation Center with us. We'll continue with our hydroponics program. We'll also have a field trip for the month of January. We will be going to Black Seminole War reenactment, and we will continue with the game room. We'll also continue to prepare our youth for GED, those young adults that want to do GED programming, and also employability workshops. We just wanted you all to see some of what we do, and we'll also continue with the mentoring. As for the upgrades, we will be upgrading our GED room. It'll have some paint and carpeting. Our STEM room will have paint. We're going to do epoxy flooring. We're going to do some technology upgrades in our STEM room that will allow us to be able to cast and do some virtual meetings and things of that sort. Also, our training room, we're going to do painting, epoxy flooring, technology upgrades. Of course, we're going to add a whiteboard type of feature that's going to also help us to be able to facilitate training. Our project timeline, it looks very similar to the library. Our last day of service is going to be December 23rd. December 29th will be our first day of service at Wells. January the 29th, we will be transitioning back to the library.
And January 31st, we'll have our grand reopening, and that's right before Black History Month. February 2nd, we will resume our full services. And we just want to say thank you for your support with the renovations for the library. They are really needed. The kids are going to enjoy the game room that we're going to, make it really nice. So thank you again. Are there any questions for us?
I have.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. I just wanted to see if we can make the lighting a priority, because right now, half of the lights on the sign that says like community library, they're out. So it does not look good riding down Congress. So if we can work on getting that fixed before like the major stuff, that would be great.
Chair Pro Tem, any other questions or comments? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we are on item
Chair.
6.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure. We have a lot of people that came here to speak tonight on 9B. We actually lost half of the people. They left. Is there any way we can move that up? They've been waiting here over 3.5 hours.
Which one is that?
9B,
9B?
that's a text amendment.
Well, first of all, we have 6B first, and then does anybody want to, well, we have to do the ordinances on second and final reading, and it's 9:22, so we definitely need to make that a priority. The ones that are on second, final reading. And then the one you're talking about, it's 9A, 9B. If we move pretty quickly, we should be able to get through this. We only have the 6B, but we have to hear 8A through 8E first before we could do it.
Okay.
All right. 6, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we are on item 6B, which is Ronnie Felder's employee summary report update.
Mr. Evans. I did add it on here, but I wanted to see if there was an update, and, it doesn't have to be very long either.
Madam Chair, on what?
Madam Chair and members of the board, if Attorney Gaines can come up to the front to provide a brief update to the board concerning the activities that are happening.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Question, will we be putting this back on the agenda when it's advertised? Because why are we listening to this now if it wasn't on the agenda?
Madam Chair? Yes, go ahead. Because I added it at the beginning, this is just providing an update. Obviously, it has to come back when the full report or whatever it is that's going to be done will come back. Right now, it's just a small update.
Okay, Madam Chair, and the reason why I'm asking is because we talked, I know that we did properly advertise Mondays, but there are some people in the community that want to be a part of the conversation and be here when that happens, so.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, good evening. Tyson Gaines here this evening on the investigation into the mayor's report. And with the consent of the council, I'd like to provide a brief update.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so brief introduction. Madam Chair, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Manager. My name is Tyson Gaines from the Gaines firm in North Palm Beach. I'm honored to be here. I have been charged with the duty and obligation to the city and the members of the community to investigate the mayor's report that was filed in July 2024 by the previous mayor. The status of the investigation. It is active. We've been thoroughly working on this. We've done a ton of preliminary work. We're basically in the weeds now, but we wanted to, in the interest of the community and the council, bring an update today. The substantive nature of where we specifically are, I cannot disclose due to the confidential nature of the investigation and to protect the overall integrity of the investigation. But it is moving. And part of what I'm here to do today is give the timeline for when you all and the community will see completion. All right. So, recently, we had some delays for a number of reasons. Essentially, the meat of the matter is we couldn't get access to our primary information sources. One, City Manager Evans had some FEMA-related unavailability. That put some slow up in our most recent developments in this last 2 weeks, 3 weeks intensive period, as well as some other key contributors in our investigative process. We weren't able to get to as efficiently as we would have liked. So we've had somewhat of a delay, but overall, I think we're in a good place. We're ahead of where I thought we would be as far as the substantive nature of what we've retrieved, but there is still some to do. Timeline. What we are proposing is that we provide you a two-stage, two-step delivery. And the reason for that is to give you a general overview of what's going on, but also to protect the integrity. We don't want to overload the city all at one time. So we think it's better to stagger it, with the first presentation being the last week of January, and then the final presentation with the complete report being the last week of February 2026. So essentially, relatively close to a month from now, you'll get the first presentation. A month from then, you'll get the final presentation is what we're proposing. That dichotomy and that separation is essential. We've deemed it essential to not just the integrity of the investigative process, but to ensure that it lands with the community the right way, as well as the city council, so that there's a fair understanding of everything that we did and all of the issues that we found. Charter mandate and non-interference. I would be remiss if I don't remind the council as well as the mayor of the city charter's non-interference mandate. The mandate strictly prohibits any direct or indirect interference with progress, developments, investigation, strategies, or the overall direction of this independent investigation. And I think it is important to remind the council as well as the mayor about the procedural safeguards that this council and this community thought was important enough to put in a specific non-interference clause into the charter. So I want to formally remind everyone of that, to ensure that as we go into these last phases, there's nothing that would impinge on the integrity or the efficiency of this investigation. Lastly, I must make a formal request to the city and this council to compel the cooperation of specific persons and parties. Specifically, we're requesting the availability of all individuals who organized, participated, drafted, administered, or influenced directly the July 2024 report generated and produced by the previous mayor. That will include, but not limited to, the city attorney, legal staff, surrogates, outside counsel, and any outside legal consultants that may or may not have been used during the mayor's investigative process. We're asking that the city grant this compelling and demand order these individuals, once I clearly identify, to respond to a specific set of written questions that each person will get, as well as a request for production of documents related to this investigation. Under oath, we're demanding those responses to be given and for those responses to be provided within 5 days. While this was previously not deemed necessary, based on the current state of the investigation, the developments we have turned up, and the current state of this city, we deem it now necessary to formally compel each and every person in the legal space specifically that had any relevance or participation in the investigation. And so with that, I want to thank the city again. I want to thank the council members for allowing me to not only present today, but trusting me with the importance of delivering this investigation to you. And I look forward to doing just that.
Sure.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. Is it, you're asking for certain individuals to participate, and so you're looking for the board to obviously vote at some point to make sure or to put that as a formal request. Um, the idea was not to do any formal voting on this. It was mainly just an update. So is this something that we're saying, like at our first meeting, you want it should be on the agenda so that we could have that formal vote to make sure that that happens, or at least to make it understood that's what we need to happen? Or are you able to continue with your, I mean, you still have some are you going to be able to stay on your timeline if we're not voting tonight on anything?
Okay, so I'll try to answer the best of my ability. Our intent is to stay on timeline. With these investigations, to be honest, they always lead you somewhere you never expected. So it's hard to get formal timelines. The access to legal staff, legal support, legal consultants, legal third-party support is essential to getting this to the finish line. And so we have to have that to be able to really dig into the final steps of this investigation. There are a number of other things that we can do, even outside of that we will do, but that is essential, and that is the one component that we didn't forecast necessarily coming into this that we now see is necessary.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Chair.
Like I said before, tonight was mainly to get an update so that we could hear what it was how far you have come. You know, in all fairness for the community as well as my colleagues, if there's something we need to vote on, I would say to make sure that we have it on our first meeting in January, so that if there is something that you need for us to vote on, that would be the time to do it, so that it's been advertised. The community are able to participate, and our colleagues will have the opportunity to be prepared to vote on something such as that. Thank you.
If I may, I think what we can do, to your point, is try to get you over a list, itemized names as soon as possible within the next, I would say by the early next week, get that list to you within 7 days. And then whatever the city's process is to ensure that we're doing this the right way, that we're doing this according to the charter, that would be the necessary move. So if it is that you need to do a formal vote, I would definitely move and ask that that be the case the minute we are able to get those names over to you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Guy.
Attorney Gaines, you mentioned that you needed some people available for you to complete the case. On the other side of that, there were those that were interested in someone like you coming on in order to get some clarity or even possibly clear their name. Have you had an opportunity? I heard it was about 6 people. Have you interviewed those 6 that had an interest in someone like you coming on to do a follow-up investigation?
So I believe there were 6 individuals named in the actual directive that ordered from the council. I have had an opportunity to speak to each of those individuals. As far as the contents of what we spoke about and anybody else, I can't.
No, I'm not talking about that. Let's back up. The people who had an interest in bringing you on to get a different perspective from what that first report said, there were 6 people. Have you had an opportunity to interview all 6 of those people?
So I'm not going to disclose the strategies, the details.
Okay, wait, back up. Let's time out. We're not talking strategy. I'm not
I'm not
asking
going to
you
disclose who I've interviewed.
No, I'm not asking for names. I'm just asking, have you had a chance to interview all of the people on that side? That's a simple, that's not revealing anything strategic.
I have reviewed all the documentation that's publicly available. I'm not going to disclose who I've interviewed.
Okay, let me put it this way. There are people that are saying they haven't been interviewed.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering why it's taking so long for people who are willing to talk to you. That's really where I'm going. There are people who are willing to sit down with you, say, this is my side of the story, but I'm told that they haven't heard from you.
what I can assure you is that everybody who has an interest in this and every one of those 6 individuals will be spoken to if they haven't been
Will
spoken
be.
to. Correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, very good.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so this is a question for Attorney Nguyen. Can we compel an attorney to testify in a investigation like this who's on the other side? Is there attorney-client privilege?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
we cannot, Dr. Spiritus, and we don't have the ability to subpoena anyone. We can ask them, but we cannot compel them.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Attorney Nguyen, are you involved being our attorney in this in any way, shape, or form?
I was only involved to the extent that I drafted the agreement with Mr. Gaines to do this supplemental report. And other than reviewing his invoices, nothing else.
Okay. Were you aware that they were going to be here tonight, that he was going to be presenting?
I was not.
Okay, I'm sorry, that was fine.
Any other questions in regards to this item? Thank you, Mr. Gaines, for your presentation.
Thank you,
We look
Council.
forward to seeing you in January.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to it. Thank you.
Can I ask for one thing, just
Sure.
to clarify and make sure? So based on what Pro Tem Miller Anderson said, you're going to give us, and what you said, I believe, you're going to give us the list of the people that you would like to interview, like a written statement. You can send me an email to that effect?
I'll send it at whatever directive the council gives me. I'll send the list over of all the names that were requested.
Would you all like him to send
Yes,
it to
we would
me
like
and
for
I'll
you
send
to
it out
send
to
it
you?
To our attorney.
Yeah.
Unless there's some objection.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So the list, I mean, he's reporting to us, so he can send it directly to us. And if we want to send it to her, then we can send it to her. But he's reporting to us.
And point of clarification, this is strictly limited to people that are not within the direct oversight of the city manager, obviously, and people that are directly related to the investigation, and specifically the legal side of the investigation. So there were some other attorneys that helped the mayor participated. Everyone that was within that kind of chain of work product is where we will be looking. There may be some others, but they will all be within that same flow of information.
All right, very good. You can send a list to us.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just one quick follow-up. Attorney Gaines, thank you for working on this. Timeline, just for clarity. You said we'll have a presentation, first phase, January, and then a possible follow-up. And what date was going to be the follow-up?
Yes, the last week of February is our
Last week of
intent to
February.
deliver the final full written report.
That'll be the final report, for expectation. And then also the interviewees, that were received were the original 6. I know that we spoke about that, and that list will be coming over to the council. And then we choose to share that at the direction of the board, we can share that with our attorney as well. So, and that will be January's dates for that report, and then it will be February for finalization. The reason I ask is because this report has been going on for a while now. And as you stated, this was the previous mayor's report. So I'd be inclined for us to receive it, to close this report out with a finalized report, and then have direction for our staff, our board, to determine how we're going to move forward. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Attorney Gaines.
Sure, if I may, 1 second. To Mayor's point, it is essential and important that this be done. Our concern is that it's done right. I think, and I think our report will make clear, Mayor, is that a lot of the reasons why the original report was published in the form that it was and lacked a lot of the integrity that it needed, to me, it wasn't working in necessarily in a sequential procedural way. So what we're trying to do is make sure we have integrity, transparency, and commitment before we have a rush to finality. And unfortunately, with these investigations, they can lead different places. And I can tell you that a couple of leads that we have already taken us, not necessarily off course, but places we didn't forecast. And so now we have to, in the interest of the council and the interest of the members of the community who are paying for this, we owe it to them to just fulfill and find out what's there, and then we'll efficiently as possible deliver them to this council and to the city.
follow up to that, Madam Chair, and thank you for that clarity. And I think that's why Ms. Miller Anderson wanted to put it on the agenda, because we've had it noticed and then pulled before, but just for clarity, timeline, and just direction, but making sure it's done right. That was the biggest pushback that we received from the report, that there was some confusion as to if it was done properly, were the steps taken, and then making sure it's transparent and clear with the residents. And that's all our goal is, to be transparent. So the timeline, as long as it's outlined by your firm, we'll wait on that for January and February dates. Thank you, Attorney Dean.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation, sir.
All right, thank you.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, we are on item 8A, ordinance number 42, ordinance is on second and final reading, ordinance number 4298, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency for approval of a text amendment application to allow properties within the downtown general zoning district to develop to a maximum height of 4 stories when the project contains a mixed-use component. Madam Chair, there are no comment cards for this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So move.
Second, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Sermons.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council, Honorable Mayor, and Madam Attorney. Again, for the record, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services for the City of Riviera Beach. The next item on your agenda is the second reading of an ordinance related to a text amendment for the Villa La'ans Phase 2 project that allows an additional floor of height in the downtown general zoning district for mixed-use developments. There have been no changes since first reading. However, staff is here and prepared to make a presentation if desired by the board.
Any questions on the second reading?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Director Sermons, this is going to impact the entire district, right? The entire zoning district, this text amendment, or is this specific for this project?
This would affect the entire district for any properties that are mixed use in the downtown general.
In the entire downtown
Correct, yes.
district, okay. I really don't have an issue with that because that's basically a blank canvas right now where we're redeveloping the entire area. There's a lot of blight in the area and we're redeveloping the entire area. And I do want to attract mixed-use development. I think that's good for the community. But I just wanted to make it clear that we were impacting the entire zoning district. So that means all of Broadway is going to be impacted basically on this project.
Any other questions in regards to this ordinance on second reading? Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson, Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
The item passes with Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson out.
Second.
Madam Chair, we're on item 8B, ordinance number 4299, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, the Riviera Beach Community Development Corporation, and the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency to abandon a 100-foot portion of an existing 15-foot alley that bisects the properties located at 1116 Wright Street, 1117 Avenue E, and a portion of 1129 Avenue E, and to abandon the approximately 42 feet by 73 feet, a portion of the West 12th Street ROW that dead ends within the project site, providing for applicability, conflict severability, and codification, and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, there are no comment cards for this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So move.
Second. Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, if I can have the 2025 Executive of the Year, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Again, members of council, Madam Chair, this is the second entitlement associated with the Villa La'ans Phase 2 project. As you're aware from first reading, this project involves the abandonment of an existing alleyway that traverses the property. There have been no changes since first reading, and staff is here if there are any questions related to this item.
Any questions on this second reading?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Director Sermons, was there an appraisal done on the alleyway?
No, a appraisal was not done as because this is a CRA requested application. There was not a direct privilege fee associated with this as it would be with a private development.
Yeah, but we do charge housing authority, other agencies for property that we own or that we donated or whatever. Shouldn't we do an appraisal? I'm not saying we should charge them. I'm saying, shouldn't we do an appraisal and just consider that a donation to the project?
The staff has no issues with that. I could get with the city administration on getting that part done so it could be documented as a donation to the overall of this project.
All right, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Also, do they own both sides of the alleyway? They own the property on both sides?
For the portions being abandoned, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
can you
sir.
pull up the rendering, Mr. Sermons, about the alleyway we're abandoning? I think it was just up there. I'll go back to.
It's on the screen now, Mr. Mayor.
Which one is this? There. And you said that they own both sides? What is being abandoned? That part?
The portion, yellow.
Uh-huh.
So going north to south, there's a portion of the existing 15-foot alleyway that's being abandoned.
Uh-huh.
And then the yellow box at the north is the end of 12th Street that is unimproved. That would also be abandoned.
And then what's north of that?
That is a portion of the property. Well, after the yellow is abandoned,
Yes, sir.
the green triangle north of it and the yellow would all be incorporated into the site, and part of that will be the residential structure, and I believe there's some amenities at the end near the triangle.
Okay.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote. Madam Chair, on item 8C, ordinance number,
Second, Madam Clerk, we need a motion to extend the meeting until the end of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier, Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson, Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. We can go to our next item.
We're on item 8C, ordinance number 4300, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of Marina Annex Housing LLC, approving a land use amendment application to change the land use from community facility to downtown mixed use at plus or minus 3.62 acre site, generally located at 251 West 11th Street, providing for applicability, conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we have one comment card on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can
I
have
have a
the
motion,
Director of
Madam
Development
Chair.
Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
There's no motion.
I'm sorry.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So the next three items are associated with the Marina Annex Housing Project on the Judge Rogers Center site. These three ordinances are all necessary to realize the proposed site plan that the same applicant has later in the agenda. So we will proceed into a presentation overview of these items unless council would like to move forward without a presentation. But again, this first one is the land use associated with this project, the land use map amendment.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
is this the second reading?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't need to hear it again.
You want to hear it again?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
No, I don't need to hear it again, but I do believe that there's some important information that we need to get clear before we make any type of movement on this. One of the things is that and this new information, I'm sure you all received some information in your email today, but one of the things was the board voted to provide this land to the housing authority, but they have since sold it for $2 million. So we gave it to them. The idea was to have these housing put onto the property, but I thought that when that was done, we were talking more or less for the housing authority to do this. They received it whenever the majority of the board voted to have that happen. And then in February 2025, they sold it for $2 million. So I have some serious concerns about moving forward on any of this. I like the project for sure. I would hope that the person that has it is able to get the work done. But, you know, I think we really need to postpone this and have a deeper conversation in terms of how we provided this property to them. And then they sold it. Now, I'm not saying that their development agreement, if I recall correctly, that development agreement was created by Ms. Hope Calhoun, who's walking up now, which is their representative, if I recall correctly. Our attorney who was working with us on that, Ms. Christy Godot, was very adamant about the board not moving forward on using someone else's development agreement. The majority of the board agreed to go with their development agreement and not what the attorney that was working for us, working for the city, decided to do. So we're in this situation. I personally am trying to figure out how can we make this right, because I have a serious problem with that. I mean, the land was given in good faith for them to do something with it. They sold it. I don't understand that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I wasn't on the board, but I have a question. Were there any restrictions associated with that property that would have prevented them from selling it?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
As I said, our attorney, Ms. Christy Godot, who worked for the city at the time, on behalf of the city, had a development agreement. They wanted to have certain things put into it. The majority of the board did not go with that. And I totally, the majority of the board, majority wins, I get that. But what I am saying is, for me, that I don't believe that is what the board voted, and I could be wrong. There, maybe if somebody here can say what the intent was, but the majority of the board agreed with going with the development agreement that the housing authority representative created. Our attorney at the time, who was involved with this, Christy Godot, was adamant about making sure that we had protections for the city in the development agreement. The majority of the board went against that totally and went with the housing authority's development agreement, which did not provide any protection for the city. So like I said, I know majority rules, yes, but we now have an opportunity to make sure that things are not, we're not just giving stuff away for people to turn around and flip it. So because this is here, I believe we need to put the brakes on this and just hold up and figure out what is going on, and so that we have a better understanding of how we're going to move forward. Now, there's also, when we had our, I want to say it was a CRA meeting, and I spoke with I asked Mr. Booty, Mr. Terry Booty, when he was up here to the podium, about whether or not he was, was working for this group, the O'Connors, or was he working for the Housing Authority? Since got information that what he stood up there and said to me really wasn't true. So because of that, because of them having sold this property that we talked about, and we gave it to them for them to develop it, I got a problem with moving forward on this until we can figure out. I mean, we have to really know what it is that we're doing. We should not be giving away land and then the people we gave it to in good faith turn around and flip it for money.
Madam
So-
Chair, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
There, and I heard about all of the issues, and I had a question to the person who was conveying it to me. And my question was, did anybody identify anything that was done illegally? They said, no, we just didn't think it was right. If we don't have anything that said that they couldn't do what they did, and they didn't do anything illegal, and the board voted to accept that agreement that, maybe some didn't agree with, I mean, we can't go back now and revisit that. The board voted to move forward. I haven't been shown anything that was done illegally, and I don't think that we should hold it up. I'm not sure what we're looking for. You told us what happened. The city gave them the property, they flipped it. That's what happened with $2 million. There's a project on the table now, and that project had gone and got $15 million from the county. If we're talking about the same project, they got funding, ready to move forward. And there's no documents that I've seen that would justify putting the brakes on it. Not other than, we don't like the way that worked out. Sometimes life don't work like we want to. And I'm not being facetious and sarcastic, but sometimes there are things that we don't agree with, but there's nothing that would justify, to me, putting brakes on it right now, especially when they went and got $15 million from the county. So I'm just, and I understand your concern, Vice Chair, but I haven't seen anything that I would feel comfortable with saying, yeah, we need to put brakes on it. So I'm ready to move forward. I don't know how the other
Madam
council.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
let me ask you this, is the profit, the 1 million profit being used toward the project?
2 million.
I think that this is what needs to happen. I did not know that. I did not know that. So what needs to happen at this point is that I need someone to come and explain to us how this works now, because that was not the deal. Go ahead, sir.
And Madam Chair, if I can add on to that, the property was not supposed to be encumbered, and that was clear direction and vision from the board. We wanted to push and make sure this project got done, but we were not supposed to encumber it. So now that I'm looking and I see that the property has changed title and that it was sold, we need the full details and understanding as to what's the project, how is the breakdown, who are the partners associated, so that we can be comfortable and clear. So as long as those items are on the board, we can understand, because I understand Ms. Miller Anderson's concerns that there's been some change in regards to the expectation, because she did mention that the pleasure of the board at the time gave clear direction, but it was not, as Councilman Guyton just stated, documented to say that it could or could not be encumbered. The board gave clear vision, because I was sitting on the board at the time, and what is the supporting votes? But now to see that there was an encumbrance on it, we want to understand what are all the details in terms of this deal to move forward with it, to be at all comfortable with it.
Chair?
Yeah, hold on a second, because I'm still trying to get past this. The property was sold. Now, that is something that was not a part of this deal. That was not a part of the deal. You were supposed to. Now, if something happens with the property and it happens in terms of what was supposed to happen, what does that mean though for this board? What does that mean for that particular project? And I understand that you got money on it, but I'm really at a loss for words in terms of why this happened. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Spiritus.
Well, first, I don't know how you could develop any property without it being encumbered. It's totally impossible. Cannot happen. Any developer, any high school person can tell you that. You can't develop a property and get a loan without encumbering the property. You can't develop it unless you got $10 billion or whatever sitting in a bank in cash. So That's an impossible task to try and ask anyone to develop property without encumbering property. That just makes no sense. Secondly, I'm not so sure that they actually flipped the property. I think they did a partnership development where the housing authority will get certain benefits out of this. The bottom line is that we want to provide workforce housing for the community. I believe this is 175 units. We have the ability to provide this housing for the community. We have funding available. They're ready to come out of the ground on this project. It would be a real shame to hold up 175 units of affordable housing at this particular point. But I would like to hear from the development team and from their counsel to what the actual partnership agreement said.
Before they get started, I just want to say this. I don't have any intentions of holding it up either. If they were going to sell the property, then they should have just told us that. I don't have a problem with that. But I did not know that that was going to happen. That is why I'm kind of taken aback, because if that was what they were going to do, then why not just say that's what you were going to do? I have no problem with that. We would have known up front what was happening, how it was going to go down, how they were going to negotiate doing the project. That's understandable. I just did not know that that was a part of it, and my understanding was that that would not be a part of it. Now you're saying it can't be done with that. That may be so, but I just wish I would have known up front so that I could have gotten more information about how that transaction works.
I mean,
That's where I'm coming from.
Chair. So,
Yes.
so just so you know, technically, you don't own your house. When you get a mortgage on your house, the bank owns your house. You don't own it anymore. So this is pretty much the same thing. I think the same. We're going
Right.
through the
No,
same
no,
process. So let's hear
Yeah, I don't
from
have
the
a problem with
council.
it. I'm
what
saying
the
I should
agreement
have
is.
known that up front, and I wouldn't have had a problem with it then. I just would have wanted to know that. Go ahead.
Can I still want my
Madam
question
Chair,
answered?
it's funny that a high schooler would want to know that you need to encumber property, because I built a couple of houses cash, they weren't encumbered. So I understand that you don't have to encumber property to actually develop, and there's certain process plans and partnerships. So understanding that development processes don't require encumbrance on all properties. The question and the conversation, the discussion was, we wanted clear and transparent dialogue with our partner at the Housing Authority prior to them doing and taking steps. So then to receive a notice that we have an encumbrance on a property that we clearly told them not to, should have just been outlined and discussed, as my chair said. So whether we're a high schooler or not, I think the conversation is transparency and discussion, and that's what we're asking for today. So
Sure.
regardless of how they're developing, I think we
Right.
should just hear from the development
let
team
us-
to go clearly define the role.
Okay, Chair.
Yes.
I want to hear, but I just want to comment on that. This is not a single-family house. This is a $30 to $100 million project. You don't build a $30 to $100 million project with cash. Doesn't
Right.
happen.
Okay, let us hear
Thank
from
you.
them.
Let's hear from the council.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good evening.
Tell me something. Tell me something.
Yes, ma'am. We got a lot of things to tell you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Council, Mr. Mayor, City staff. My name is Jarrell Harris, and I'm the entitlement manager for the Marina Annex project. The property has not been flipped. The property has not been sold. I want to be very clear. There's a lot of misinformation going around, and we're here tonight to make sure we're very clear and give you every single detail that you need to understand what has happened with the property. The city transferred the property to the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority has entered into a public-private partnership with its partners. As a part of that partnership, the property became a part of the deal with the public-private partnership with O'Connor and Urban Farmers. So now there is a public-private partnership to develop the 175 units of workforce housing, 6,500 square feet of commercial space, a 15,000 square foot Judge Roger Community Center, along with the other amenities that are going to be on that site. That is what has happened. And we've secured $15.3 million from Palm Beach County to build this development, right? We have followed every single thing that has been detailed in the development agreement, which has been, everyone has. We provided every deed to the property, so everyone has that information. We've not done anything backhanded, deceitful. We've been extremely transparent in this entire process. So I just want to make sure it is clear, the property has not been flipped. The property also has not been encumbered with the mortgage. That was very clear in the details of the development agreement. We were not allowed to do that. That has not been done. I'm not sure where this information is coming from. I'm not sure what the cause of it is, but we're here to make sure that we're transparent. We've told you from step by step by step exactly what we want to do on the property, how we're going to do it, how we're paying for it. We've been extremely forthcoming with that information, and we will continue to do that throughout this entire process, right? We have a lot more things that we have to do before we break ground. We really want to make sure that we're working in partnership because we recognize this opportunity to build much needed workforce housing for the city, right? And so we want to make sure we are always in compliance with what the requirements are for this property. So one of the questions, I know people want to know, what does the deal look like? Well, how does that happen? When you enter into a public-private partnership, you have an outside party bringing in dollars to the table to help build this development. There's maybe a couple $1 million of pre-development work that has to happen before a shovel goes into the ground. The housing authority, like most housing authorities in this country, are underfunded, right? And we know in this current administration, there's no more money coming from Washington, D.C. for the housing authority, right? The state can put in money, the city could put in money, the county could put in money, but everyone's strapped for cash. So how do you get a workforce housing development, which has rents that are lower than the market rate, out of the ground? You partner with the organization who understands the need for workforce housing and understands how to pay for it and get it done. O'Connor has a track record of thousands of units across the country that they've developed. And so they are the ideal partner. The housing authority is a partner in the deal because they understand how to manage and operate affordable housing and workforce housing. And this development will put dollars in the housing authority's coffers to go and build more subsidized housing. Right? We recognize that there's a need for housing at 30% AMI, at 40%, 50%, right? This is the kind of project that helps to fund those types of projects in the future. And so we're looking at this as a as a first step to build more housing in the city. And we've been very forthcoming, very straightforward. So I'm here to answer any specific details that you might have, but the property has not been flipped. It has not been sold. We talked about this at our previous meetings. We've entered into a public-private partnership, which is a very standard form of partnership to get these types of projects out of the ground. Went to Palm Beach County with this, and they said, hey, we're going to give you more money than we've awarded to anyone else this year because we recognize the importance of this project. We have $15.3 million coming from the county to go into this development. No one else in the county has gotten that much money this year. They recognize the importance of that. So we're very excited about what we've been able to accomplish with them.
Okay, I feel a little better. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, 'cause I like to keep things moving. And to make a decision one way or the other, you know, and we've gotten information about the 15 million and all of that. But what I want to know is, and if you haven't heard about me, you will. I like data, documents, and evidence. Can you provide documents that prove that it hasn't been encumbered and it hasn't been flipped?
Through the chair, yes, sir. We provided the city with all of the deeds to the property.
No, wait, slow down.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying like today.
Yes, sir.
Can you provide that? If you already provided, can you provide it again? Because where I'm going with this, I want to put a motion on the floor on the condition that you can provide that documentation within the time period, so we don't sit here saying we got to bring it back now. We don't need to do that.
Through the chair, it should be in your backup. Yes, sir.
If you don't produce it, then that approval go away. That I put that on that condition that you can provide the documents to prove that it hasn't been encumbered and it hasn't been flipped. Because that's what you just said.
Through the chair, correct.
Okay. So, and how long would it take you to provide that information?
Through the chair, I believe it's already in your backup, but I could pull up my computer and email it to you now, but I believe it's in the backup that you have already.
Okay. I mean, all of us are not title people, and we may look at a document, don't even know what it is. So I need the experts. I stay in my lane. I'm a planner. So, but yes, that is where I'm ready to go with this. I don't want to keep bringing it back and delaying it, but I do want to move forward on the condition that you can provide that information, that it hasn't been documented, that it hasn't been encumbered, and it hasn't been flipped.
Through the chair, yes, sir.
Yes, very good.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I know you mentioned Urban Farmers was a partner, you said, in this P3 part? Yes?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am.
Okay. The other side to this too is that I have some issues, and maybe this Urban Farmers can explain it to provide me some comfort in knowing that this won't be an issue. I'm not sure of how fully involved Urban Farmers is involved, but and you know, all of this stuff is public records. There has been a history of some litigation with this particular organization. So are we able to explain or provide anything to refute the negative public records that I've seen for Urban Farmers? Or is that not true either?
Through the chair, I would need for you to be a bit more specific in what your request is.
Litigation down in Hallandale between some projects, projects that were not completed, just failure to perform. Are you aware of any of that, or is the person for Urban Farmers here?
Through the chair, no, I can respond to that.
Okay.
As you all know, development can be very difficult and very challenging. I have consulted for a number of developers across the country, and almost every single one of them has been involved in some type of litigation. Right? It happens in development. Anything that happened with Urban Farmers, if it is public record, the board is privy to it, to read whatever documentation is out there. And this is with the Housing Authority, in this project, there is no ongoing litigation. There's no litigation at all. So there's nothing of concern with this development.
Okay, I have concerns because there's a lot of negative information out there that is associated with this particular organization. And what is the role of, I think, Mr. Booty with Urban Farmers? What is his role with this project?
Urban Farmers is a co-developer on the project.
Okay. That's a problem for me. And like I said, if somebody can provide the data documents to support that all of this stuff is completed, there's nothing still on the books with it being a negative look, that would be very comforting to me, because between that and the $2 million of the property that we provided to them, all of that adds up to me as red flags. And I'm sure Mr. O'Connor has done work in many other places, has been very successful in that, but it's causing me to have some issues with moving forward on any of these items, because we need to get it clear. And I know Mr. Guyton mentioned about it not being illegal. No, you're right. And I'm not saying what they did. They did exactly what our attorney knew they were going to do, which is why she was very adamant about the board not going with that development agreement that was created by their attorney. But, you know, they moved forward. And then to hear that it was sold, I'm going to keep saying that, it was sold, nobody knew about it. And I just think that being that the Housing Authority is an extension of the council, that's something that the council should have known. It shouldn't have been a surprise to anybody. I'm not, like I said, you all got the same information that I have regarding Urban Farmers, regarding the representative, regarding Mr. Booty being a part of the O'Connor's group as a consultant or a partner, but then also representing the Housing Authority. And that was something that I asked him when is he here? Is Mr. Booty here tonight? Okay. Yeah, I would like to speak to Mr. Booty. And I mean, unless you got to speak for him, can he come?
Through the chair, if there's a specific question you have, I can try to answer that question for you.
Even though he's here and I'm talking about him?
If there's a specific question you have, I can try to answer it for you.
I'd rather hear it from him.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Terry Christopher Booty. I'm the privileged to be the president and CEO of Urban Farmers, Inc. And we also have a subsidiary, UFINC Holdings. One of the things that I've learned is that context is so important. And so when you frame something and you're talking in a public forum, it's easy to kind of put something out there that isn't accurate or not true. So what I would like to do is take just some quick information to make sure you understand the context of the things that are being said. And hopefully when the context is provided, that clarity that you will understand that this is an award-winning project. So number one, the city has had a series of missteps with public-private partnerships and surplusing land. One of the primary concerns that the city's attorney had was the ability to claw back the land if for some reason the developer failed to meet their obligations. There is a land use restrictive agreement that is on the property. So the only encumbrances that you have are in favor of the city of Riviera Beach. Meaning, if the development team fails to meet those obligations, the city, through default provisions, get the land back.
Can you hold, Madam Chair? Go ahead. All right.
But I want to.
Wait, I'm gonna let you finish, but I want what you're saying. I want our attorney to interpret, basically, and say if what you're saying is true. Ms. Nguyen, are you familiar with what he just said? Okay.
Madam Chair, I was trying to get the document, give him my email address so he could send the documentation he said he had, so I did not hear it. What are you looking for?
Can you say that again, please?
Yes, so it's called a land use restrictive agreement. When you record a title or do a surplusing or property transfer, you have 3 documents that are provided to the applicant. In this instance, there was a development agreement, a title policy, and a land use restrictive agreement. We refer to that as a LURA. The land use restrictive agreement is the only encumbrance that is currently on the property, and it is in favor of the city of Riviera Beach. Why is this important? Because typically what happens with people of color when they are developing, there's a start, stop, misstep, and then 15 years down the road, you don't have anything built. One of the challenges that the city gave to us was that, hey, we are not comfortable, as the vice chair said, with surplusing land and then you failing forward and not having the ability to give someone else the opportunity to do the work. That is the only encumbrance on the land. So when you transfer the parcel of land to the Riviera Beach Housing Authority, you did it via surplus and you put a land use restricted agreement on the property.
All right, Madam Chair. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, all of that is true.
Okay.
So
That's the only restriction. If you recall, Ms. Gatto wanted other restrictions on the property, but the majority of the council didn't go with that, and they went with the other development agreement, which did not contain those restrictions. So the only true restriction is that it be used for affordable housing for a certain period of time.
Chair.
Okay, but that doesn't negate any of the other stuff concerns, but okay, fine.
No, but you, as a servant leader, you have very valid concerns, and I'm gonna hopefully make the complexity of real estate transactions simple. The other bigger.
Yes. Mr. Booty, is there a performance bond being placed on this project?
Yes.
Naming the city as an additional insured?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't think there's any issues here. Thank you.
I want to be very specific about because we've said it a few times and I don't think it resonated. And so it's very hard when something doesn't resonate. So I'm going to try to explain it again.
Well, hold on.
The property has not been sold.
Hold on, please.
Sure.
Please do not. Can you just explain and not add all that extra stuff to it, please?
So the context is so important. So we use terminologies like sold. The property has been in a real estate transaction, right? So what you see recorded is a title policy that gives a value. But if you don't put it in its proper context, you can say the words like the property has been sold, but it is not true. It is in a joint venture agreement in a partnership. That partnership has to follow the letter of the law in the development agreement. To the mayor's point, you cannot encumber the land through a mortgage. So all the pre-development funding that my colleague is referencing is cash. One of the requirements of your city is to have an exhaustive process to establish all of the linear feet, bounds, underground systems, landscaping, site plan. All of this has been paid for through cash. So when you talk about encumbrances and mortgages, it has not. The money that has been utilized for all the pre-development funding is cash. This was one of the requirements that the city was adamant about. Now, here is to get to the heart of the issue, which is securitization. You cannot put that kind of money up without having some type of connection to the land. So the joint venture asks for two things. I'm going to give you this cash so you can meet all of your pre-development obligations, and you are going to put the land into the joint venture. The city was properly notified through the office of the city manager. There is an assignment of that development agreement. It was properly assigned to the joint venture. But let me get to the heart of the matter, because this is what is most important for lay people. The Riviera Beach Housing Authority is a member of the actual joint venture. They are participating in the economics in perpetuity with the partnership. So what does that mean? When you're building an asset, which this is, for workforce housing folks, they are going to contribute in the economics of this rental property. To my colleague's point, when you're building now, currently, is an $80 million project, they are going to receive the benefit of being a part of that to the tune of 18%. All of this was vetted, done properly through their attorneys, and it's public record. So there is nothing that, again, I say this clearly, all of the proper steps have been taken to ensure that your concerns as lay people, the project is getting built, the project is being funded, and the housing authority, your housing authority, is a part of the deal in perpetuity. There is nothing that they can do to eradicate that effort. They will always be a member, an owner, a part of this project. So hopefully, through these words, and I ask humbly if there are more questions, that we are able to articulate that anything that is being said can be verified. There is nothing here, because we're in a public forum, that I am saying that you cannot point to or find the specificity of in these documents.
Ms. Nguyen, so the information that you sent to us.
I just sent.
Mhm.
I haven't had a chance to review it. As soon as I got it, I forwarded it to you.
Follow up, Madam Chair, when you're done.
Go ahead,
Thank you. And I guess for clarity's sake, both speakers said that there's no encumbrance on the property.
Outside of the land use restrictive agreement that's in
Correct.
favor of the city of Riviera Beach.
Outside of that, because that was what was clearly articulated during our meeting last year. So you stuck to that.
Yes, sir.
So contrary to the condescending comment that was given that there has to be an encumbrance, it sounded like you also said that this was all cash done by your partners to make sure you stayed in line with our request as a board.
That is correct.
To follow up with that even an 18-year-old would understand that you still followed the rule and the regulations of what this board told you to do because you wanted to stay compliant with the city of Riviera Beach's request.
Yes, sir.
So the commissioners fell in line with what was asked of you. You followed that, and the concerns are that I agree with Ms. Miller-Anderson is that the property was conveyed by title. I have a small real estate background, so I understand the concept of that, but understanding that that was not relayed over to the board and understanding that also the property that it was conveyed to is also currently inactive. Those are some of the concerns when it comes to making sure all documentation is transparent. When I first assigned some of this Housing Authority board, I said I want to make sure it's all transparent and clear. But we've had conversations. I've had conversations with Mr. Hurd, and everything is on the up and up. So thank you, Mr. Booty, for what I've seen, because I've vetted some of these concerns. But I had these same concerns because when I took a look at some of the letters that came in, I wanted to see, well, why is this company inactive? It is still showing inactive, both entities. The entities that actually transferred the property and the entity that's the actual managing partner that was then relayed over to that. So both entities are inactive on Sunbiz. Knowing that it doesn't have to be required to be an active entity, I would still want to be comfortable and confident that all businesses are fully transparent, fully documented, and make sure that we have a clear dialogue, because that could have simply been conveyed to the board as to what steps were being taken.
Madam Chair, Mr. Spirit, can I get a word in edgewise?
Go ahead.
In all due
Commissioner-
respect, Councilman, you've been speaking all night, a lot longer than me.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, people. Commissioner Guyton, Commissioner Spears. Commissioner Guyton.
Thank you. But Doc, if you're really passionate about what you want to say, I was just joking with you. But on a serious note, the background checks that Palm Beach County does would have found anything nefarious with this project. I work for the county. They would not have given them the amount of money that they received, which is the largest, I think, what, this year? Or what? Yeah. There is very tight scrutiny down at the county. You do not get through us down there. Hey, wait, stop. I'm not doing that for applause. I'm doing that to try to convince at least 3 people up here that we don't need to hold this up anymore. We really don't. I mean, and if we want the security to give them a window that you need to provide certain documents to verify that it's not encumbered other than the land restricted amendment. And what was the other concern? And it hasn't been flipped. And that's part of the P3 deal. But one thing I did pick up on, the Housing Authority entered into a P3, I'm going off course now, with us on the Broadway property. And I talked about us participating in the profits 20, 30 years down the road, and they kind of pushed back. But y'all got this deal in perpetuity with them. So the city wants the same thing with you on that Broadway property. We'll come back to that.
All
Okay?
right.
So, but my point is, the county does some of the most scrutinized background checks before they give a dime to anybody. So if they got through the county, I'm comfortable that they can do what they said they can do.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Did you want to add a caveat to that motion, Commissioner Guyton?
Do I need to? But I will.
Chair, I have one more question.
Hold on 1 second. Let me go to Commissioner Anderson, and then we'll come back to you, Mr.
You just left
That said, I was
I'm
gonna be
sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Booty, the $15.3 million that you're getting from the county, they're not requiring you to encumber the property at all? They're not taking any encumbrances on that?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
That is incorrect. So I'm gonna give context again to make sure I explain this so it does not, so everyone can understand, irrespective of their experience with real estate
Booty.
development.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Booty. Commissioner Spirit is Commissioner Guyton. There's a motion on the floor and a second.
Okay,
I call the motion. Could we call the question, please?
Madam Chair,
Sure.
we do have one public comment card on this item.
But I'll let you speak after the public comment.
One public comment card, Payne Lozman.
Payne Lozman, Singer Island. I was curious when I saw the word marina. I said, who is the applicant here? Marina Annex Housing LLC. So I went to Sunbiz, I looked them up, and they were administratively dissolved for failure to file an annual report in September 26th of 2025. So
what does that mean? I mean, that thing doesn't exist anymore. They'd have to reinstate the LLC and then bring this back to talk about what they're going to do. So I'm just curious. When I saw Marina, I said, what kind of, is this a boating group or what, I just thought it was interesting to look it up. So their Sunbiz LLC has been administratively dissolved. So you're taking action on a company that is inactive. So I think they need to get their affairs in order with that. And the second thing is, I was curious, that was what I was curious about, but when I looked at the deed is confusing. It said it was sold for $2 million and there was $14,000 worth of dock stamps paid on it. So, I mean, that was confusing to me as to what happens. I haven't seen the back of what happened if this company that's been administratively dissolved doesn't reestablish its legal basis. What if they transfer it to another company, say that they can't get financing? But the bottom line, just the sloppiness of bringing an item to the council tonight for an inactive company causes me pause in seeing that there's actually a warranty deed on official record book 35631, that's 35631, page 942, that shows a $14,000 dock stamp and a $2 million sale. It just brings questions, but the biggest question is, why is this an inactive LLC based on the name that's given on the agenda tonight?
Very good. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, one of the other things too, part of my concerns, Mr. Booty, and I think during a meeting, a couple meetings ago, I asked him, was he working for both sides? Was he working for the O'Connors Group, and was he working with the Housing Authority? So I was trying to identify, is there some sort of conflict of interest?
Madam Chair,
Let's go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So the answer is really simple. No. There was mislabeling of our engagement. The board asked for a ruling or an opinion that has been clarified twice. And so to make ourselves, to ensure, because of the inquiry, we opted out of working in any other project for the Housing Authority as a development partner. The reason why this is so important is that we try to prevent something so simple from being taken out of context, so folks that need housing now
Madam Chair.
can get the housing that they need.
Sir, please don't add extra stuff that is irrelevant in the time and what I'm trying to ask you. I'm asking you about the conflict. The benefits to.
So the letter reads.
Excuse me, the benefits to the residents in the city of Riviera Beach is important, but it has nothing to do with what I'm asking you right now. We're talking about the conflict of interest.
So I'm giving you context because
I don't
context
want
is-
that context. Let's speak to what I asked you.
I'm sorry. Yes, so we made a decision to not work on any other project as a development partner for the Riviera Beach Housing Authority. And subsequently, there has been a modification of the opinion to ensure that everyone has clarity on that position so that there is no conflict and understanding that the procurement was done valid.
So there is no conflict going forward. When this was done initially, were you working for both sides?
No,
Okay, going back to when? When did you stop?
I was never working that. Again, I'm going to answer your question. Now, hopefully you're not offended by the way I answer it. My firm has been a development partner since 2019
With who?
with the Riviera Beach Housing Authority.
Okay,
The clarification was provided specifically to this question. So it would not infringe upon all of the work that the Housing Authority has done to advance affordable housing in the city. we make ourselves small so the housing authority can be big, because it is about the housing.
Listen, sir, please don't. What I am asking you, were you working for both sides? You said the housing authority since 2019? Until when? I'm sorry if some people are getting impatient with what I'm trying to find out, but I think it's extremely important that this is clear, right? I mean, you're trying to make sure that we understand the truth, and that's what I'm looking for, is the truth.
I understand.
Okay, because I know like a meeting or two ago, I asked the same thing, and it was a flat out no, it was not anything. You weren't working for both. But now you're saying you were with the Housing Authority 2019, and then maybe now going forward, you won't be doing anything with them.
No, I'm gonna,
Okay, clear that up for me.
make sure I'm clear.
Yes,
We were procured as a development partner. In referencing my firm, they called us a consultant because it makes it more palatable. But we
Okay.
have always been a development partner of the Housing Authority. We voluntarily issued a letter to the Housing Authority stating that we will not work on any other projects, specifically to not cause any harm with moving other projects forward.
going forward, I am again talking about the time in which the O'Connors and the Housing Authority made their agreement. Were you representing this side, and were you representing this side at the same time? When did you get with the O'Connors?
The answer is unequivocally no.
Okay. When did you get with the O'Connor group?
I've had a relationship with the O'Connor family and their employees for a decade. Our business relationship started in February of 2025 at the execution of the operating agreement. But I do not work for them. I do not work for anyone. I am the president of Urban Farmers, Inc., and we have been development partners for the Riviera Beach Housing Authority since 2019.
So you say O'Connor Group, you just got with them as a business partner February 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that is not true, but okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I want to make one last statement.
okay.
When anybody get approved on at the county, especially get money, they have to get legal sufficiency. The attorneys look them up and down. Just like we got to get legal sufficiency for Don on a lot of issues. They've gone through all of this, and they gave them the most money that they ever gave anybody. I'm just saying that there is credible background checks that gives me comfort that there's no reason to keep holding this project up, that they're funded. They got a reputation. Our housing authority going to be P3 partners and get a piece of the money. There's no reason to hold this up. I'm not feeling that one.
Okay,
Chair, just one little thing.
Okay.
I do
Can we
hear
call the
Mr.
vote?
Guyton saying that the county would not have given it unless they did all of this background work. I understand that. But I'm sure it helped with their decision to know that Riviera Beach had some skin in the game by providing that property to them. So I'm sure that came into consideration as well. Just like we thought our people did all of this background, and some of this stuff is just now coming up, or maybe it was known to a lot of people, but it just didn't surface until recently. Maybe it never came up with them. So although they gave it to them, I'm not going to put too much into that when it comes to my decision. I'm going to go with what I see and what I can read and see and understand that there is an issue with this. Just like when they agreed to provide the property to them, I voted no then too. So it's not anything different. I certainly hope this, if the board, majority of the board wants to move forward with it, absolutely fine with me, but I know that I am not comfortable with it. I was not comfortable with it when we provided the land to them as well. So nothing has changed for me. And quite honestly, what the other entity did, that's not playing into my decision. So, thank you.
Chair, I
Thank
make
you.
a motion, we call the vote.
Very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
The item passes with Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson dissenting.
Let's go to the next item.
Madam Chair, the next item is item 8D, ordinance number 4301, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of Marina Annex Housing, LLC, approving a rezoning amendment application to change the zoning classification from community facility to downtown core on a plus or minus 3.62 acre site generally located at 251 West 11th Street, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we have 2 comment cards in this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have Director Sermons of the Development Services Department to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Chair, staff does not have additional presentation on this item unless requested by council.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, Mr. Sermon, so this is zoned for community services, correct? So basically, no one can build on this property other than a government for community services for the most part.
Generally speaking, yes,
Right,
Madam Chair.
so technically, you have to do this no matter who owns the property, if someone wants to develop the property, rather than community services, obviously.
Yes, through the chair, only municipal or community uses are allowed in the current zoning district and future land use. So yes, rezoning is required for the proposed project.
Thank you, you answered my question.
Yes, any other questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton, Chair Pro Tem. I'm sorry, we do have 2 public comment cards on this item.
Yes, so sorry.
First
Go ahead.
speaker is Margaret Shepherd, followed by Fane Lozman.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. As I sit here and hear the back and forth, I want to say to the general public, it's just despicable that when people don't like you.
Madam Chair,
they-
that is so not to the point of the meeting.
I'm getting to my point if you all would allow it.
Ma'am?
I want
go
to say
ahead.
that this particular project is so important. Whatever they have to make this project work, however you want to phase out, I want to say to you, it's very important that however this resolution, you got me so off balance now until I can't think of how we go about making affordable housing, workforce housing for the city of Riviera Beach. The Housing Authority had worked so well. They're just asking for some sacrament so they can come in and bring their people in. And Mr. Guyton said, well, I was there that day when they gave that money out. And I want you all to know that a lot of people sat there, they were asking for money, they didn't get that money. So now we're here at the resolution, we're here, we're at the door. And to sit here and want to stop the process for whatever reason, I don't get it. You have people that need, these people coming from California and it's a long way. I have a sister out there. And for them to come to make things right for people of color, they ask for you to make an exception. And I think if I'm not mistaken, I sat on planning and zoning, and I think that we sealed the deal that night. And then we get here it's a whole new ball game because I don't like you or like this project going on. The Housing Authority has been battling it over and over for what public housing. I know because I was at Ivor Green when the rats and the roaches and everything was crawling over those senior citizens. None of them came over. Nobody from that board came over and did nothing, but they want to come here and persecute the Housing Authority because what? They're moving forward. They're squeaky clean. Their projects are squeaky clean. And because they are moving a new direction, you want to stop the program with this, and that. And you know what I don't like? Her husband is sitting on the Riviera Beach Housing Authority. And I hate that man for sitting there.
Ma'am, let's move on.
The next speaker is Fane Lozman.
I knew it was gonna be one of those nights.
Fane Lozman. When I came up here before, I expect to have an answer to my question. I just don't waste my time coming up here because I have nothing else to do. Okay? You know, if you don't believe me, go to Sunbiz on your laptop and type in Marina Annex Housing LLC. Don't take my word for it. And then this is what you're going to see when you do that. You're going to see administratively dissolved, inactive. How can you make an agreement with a company that's been administratively dissolved by the state of Florida and is inactive? Sunbiz.org, do a search for the company name. So, I mean, why is our lawyer not explaining to us, can we do any of these agreements until they reactivate their company? Why is the company inactive? Why was it administratively dissolved? I mean, that doesn't make sense. And I did some other research. When I looked at the annual report, when I looked at the articles of incorporation, whatever, there was a Marina Annex member group or member somebody, and that with O'Connor, a big real estate, O'Connor Capital out of New York. And they dissolved that. So what is going on? I want an answer from the attorney. Can you do a deal with an entity that's been administratively dissolved by the state of Florida?
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Nguyen, are you able to answer any of those questions that he just had? That would be a question that I had as well.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know the reason for the administrative dissolution, but yes, I believe you can. I think they can correct it. And remember, we're not doing a deal with them. We've done our deal.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Could I just get an answer from them? Why is that it's obviously it's not going to change anything, but I would like to know.
Good evening, through the chair. It was administrative dissolve for failure to fill out the annual report. We have processed that and we can make sure you get that paperwork within 30 days. So you can see that it has been reinstated.
Or, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
For the two, one of them is
Only for the urban farmers.
which one?
Urban Farmers, Inc.
Marina, the Marine.
The Marina Annex Housing
one.
LLC is active.
Which one?
Marina Annex Housing LLC is active.
With Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
I think all of them are inactive.
Yeah, I think that one is administratively
All
dissolved
of
as
them.
well.
We will correct that, but Marina Annex Housing LLC should be active and we
It's
will.
not.
All right, we will, and you can add it as a condition of approval that we show you that it's active within 30 days. So we are processing the Urban Farmers one as well.
Urban Farmers is inactive, Marina Annex Housing is inactive, and I believe there's one Marina Annex member or something like that is inactive as well. Yes,
Whatever it needs to be activated, we'll make sure that we get those reactive in the system in Sunbiz.
yeah, because I mean, one of them went inactive like right after the deal happened. One of them went inactive September 2025. They've been inactive for a while. And so the paper, they forgot to send the papers in to us.
It may have been an administrative oversight, and I do apologize, but we'll make sure that all of our entities are active in Sunbiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sensing
the frustration as well. Can you guys cure that as quickly as possible? And with all of the resources that you have, you can't renew something on time. You know, like that just speaks volumes about you as a business person, as a thing. And I supported it, I vote for it, and I'm hoping that, you know, you will get that cured. And that's not a good look.
Through the chair, I sincerely apologize. That is not how we should be operating. You're absolutely 100% correct, and we will make sure that gets resolved immediately.
Madam
And we will
Chair.
provide that information to you all as well to show when it's resolved.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
And that is a lot of my issue because it's an explanation for everything, but it is what it is. If everybody's comfortable or whoever's comfortable and continue to move down this road, there are red flags, okay? And I don't know how to say that any clearer, but to say that you forgot to submit a simple form that takes you 2 or 3 minutes to do makes absolutely no sense when we're talking about over $100 million to do a project, but yet can't remember to do something like renew it. And I'm not talking about just one company. We're talking about Urban Farmers is inactive. The Marina Annex housing is inactive. There's another one, Marina Annex member or something like that is inactive. All of them. And that's not a simple, oh, I forgot, I'll fix it. That's a problem. And if you all want to continue down this road, then I just won't say I told you.
Well, Madam Chair, can I ask one more question?
Yes, go ahead.
So is there a timeline for you all to have an agreement before that $15 million is in jeopardy of being lost? Is there a time frame?
Through the chair, there are entitlement timelines that the county has in place that are what is driving their timeline. And so we have to show that we've gotten through certain steps with entitlement in order for the county to continue their process of underwriting the dollars. So yes, there's a time frame with the county.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
The item passes with Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson dissenting.
Next item.
Madam Chair, we are on item 8E, ordinance number 4302, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of Marina Annex Housing LLC, approving a text amendment application to the downtown core zoning designation to remove the building step back requirement for developers west of Avenue E, to provide for workforce housing, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Excuse me, Madam Chair, there are no comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards
So
is
moved.
closed.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I got the Director of Development Services, Mr. Sermons, to make this presentation.
Mr. Sermon?
Madam Chair, this is, as mentioned earlier, this is the third of 3 required ordinances that must be approved in order for the project to move forward. Staff is here for any questions or if the council would desire a presentation on this item.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Ms. Sermons, can you tell me whether or not this is going to impact just this specific site or the entire zoning district?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
it would impact only the geographic area listed in the ordinance, so properties west of Avenue E or a certain distance from Broadway, so not the entire zoning district.
So this doesn't impact the entire zoning district. It's basically site specific. I mean, you gave a couple of blocks around it, but it's basically site specific.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
just for the record, Urban Farmers has been inactive since September 27, 2024. So it's not like it just expired last month. But I digress.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
The item passes with Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson dissenting.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, could you please send an email to the, outfit that they hear these items, in the next 7 to 10 business days, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next item?
Madam Chair, we are on ordinances on first reading. Number 9A, ordinance 4303, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a zoning amendment from single family to downtown core, submitted by Bush Canvas and Interiors, Inc., for the purpose of constructing additional parking spaces and expanding operations at 2428 Broadway in the city of Riviera Beach, identified by property control number 564342, 28000-0020, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Sermons, make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Again, for the record, Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. The item before you is a standalone zone change application received by the city recently. The subject property is identified by the star on the screen right now. And on the screen now, you can see an aerial view of the properties in question. The existing business is in the front along Broadway here, and the property in question is to the rear of the existing business. Here is a view of the properties from East 25th Street. Again, the existing business here, and then the additionally acquired lot here. An additional view from Broadway. The proposed is to rezone the property from single family or RS8 to downtown core, making it consistent with the property along Broadway so that the applicant can combine the two lots to expand the existing business on the property. There is a proposed site plan associated with this application because there is an existing business there, and this is essentially an expansion of the parking and laydown area for the development. If the zone change is approved, the applicant would be eligible for an administrative site plan amendment just so they can expand the boundaries of the existing building here. So if the zone change is approved, they would not need to come back before council for approval. This item has been reviewed by all relevant departments and members of the Development Review Committee of the city and has been found to be compliant with our regulations. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval of this application, and so does staff. And that includes the staff presentation on this item.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Sermons, this is site specific. This is not for a whole district, right?
That's correct.
Right now, the second question is, we did a similar project on Broadway where we approved for the lot in the back to be made parking, and we zoned it for downtown core. We did the same thing. That property is still sitting there vacant. That was like almost a year and a half ago.
There have been, this is the third, if I'm not mistaken, property on Broadway where there's an existing business on Broadway and they wanted to expand into the residential lot behind it.
Well,
So I can't say with 100% certainty I'm familiar with which one,
Well,
but
they owned the lot and they wanted to turn it into a parking lot, and we rezoned it downtown core for them, which obviously we increased the value of the property because anytime we do this, we're now turning it into a high-rise district or multifamily district. But can we do something to ensure that these things get developed in a shorter time period so that they don't just sit on the property? Now, we rezone their property. They use the excuse of a parking lot to get us to rezone the property, but clearly they never did the project. So obviously it wasn't that important to them, except for the fact we just increased the value of their property substantially if they want to flip it for development purposes. So I think we have to do something to ensure that the property gets developed within a certain time period, or they lose these ordinance changes.
Understood. Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
With the particular situation you're speaking of, they have not walked away. I actually have, in the process of scheduling a meeting with the project team about what their redesign looks like. So they have not walked away from the table, and we have been exchanging emails and communications about getting it done. So it is in the works, although taking longer than anyone involved would have hoped. However, in this case, as you can see, the staff does recommend that the zone change be tied to the requirement that they submit the site plan application within 18 months of the zoning amendment approval date.
Yeah, but-
So this is only first reading here, but we are attempting to place a time constraint on when they move forward with development.
Yeah, Chair, right, all I'm concerned about is after you get the site plan approved, that they develop within a certain time period that's reasonable, not 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Understood.
Okay. Are the representatives here from Fish Canvassing? No?
They are.
Oh, no, I just wanted to, they have been very good stewards in the city of Revere Beach with their business, and we really appreciate them staying in the city of Revere Beach. We just wanted to say that.
Hi, Andrea Jarvis, Bush Canvas. Kim Crawford, Bush Canvas.
Thank you so much.
We need to develop this property because we need to expand our business as far as parking, and we need to pull boats in so we can work on them instead of putting them in the street, which is not legal. And so we just want to knock the house down, make it a big parking lot, move the fence from one side to the other so we have area to be able to back a boat in. Currently, we have clients who bring their boats on a trailer for us to do a fitting, and it has to sit in the street out in front of our shop because it can't maneuver into the parking lot. So this would be a good opportunity to allow a bigger area to move the fence so they can back the boats in and we can do our fittings and our work, and then they can take them away.
Thank you.
But it's not going to sit there. We need the space.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank
Any other questions for this project? Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we do have one public comment card.
Okay.
Faye Lozman.
Jane Lozman. I met both these ladies maybe 20 years ago, and they're a remarkable two individuals who built their business up, and they transitioned to their new location. If they want to expand it, that's what we need in that area of the city. And I support it. And there's really nothing like that. They've really built Bush Canvas up to a remarkable company when it comes to upscale boating interiors.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Javier.
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus.
Oh.
I didn't hear your first, sir.
What happened?
I'm sorry.
Did you heard me? Yes? You got me?
Yes, I didn't hear Dr. Spiritus.
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier?
Yes.
Okay, that's the unanimous
Thank
vote.
you. Thank you. Next item.
Madam Chair, we are on item 9B, ordinance number 4279, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a zoning code text amendment requested by applicant HAC Singer Island LLC to amend Division 9 RM-20 High Density Multifamily Dwelling District, Section 31-243, parent 5, parent E, minimum building setbacks to provide for a fee in lieu of required open space, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and for providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, we have 11 public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Travis?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Unfortunately, we've been sitting here for over 5 hours. A lot of people came from Singer Island to speak on this event, on this item, and they had to leave. They didn't stay. So I don't think you're gonna have 11 speakers.
All right, very good. The item has been read. Is there a motion? So moved. Do we have a second? That motion dies for lack of a second. Next item.
Madam Chair, we are on item 11A. You have cards for 11A. Resolution number 188-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a site plan application on behalf of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency to allow for a mixed-use development consisting of 2 separate buildings providing 45 residential units. 27 will be marketed as affordable and a plus or minus 3,224 square feet of retail office space, providing for conditions of approval, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, codification, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Madam Chair, my name's Neil Schiller. I'm an attorney for Ocean's Edge. We filled out comment cards
Hold on,
for ordinance
sir.
4279.
Hold on 1 second, sir. The item had a motion. There was no second on it. We cannot move any further.
I'm so sorry, I didn't understand that.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor for resolution number 188-25. Do we have a motion for that one?
So moved.
Second. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Item 11A.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Mr. Sermon.
Yes, Madam Chair. This item is the associated site plan with the 2 ordinances on second reading for the Villa La'ans Phase 2 project of the Riviera Beach CRA. This is the first time the site plan resolution has been on the agenda, and staff does have some visuals for this, and we can move into the presentation if desired by the board.
What is the companion item for this? Did we go through this one in the ordinance?
Yes, the first 2 ordinances on second reading were the abandonment and the text amendment associated with this project. And you
Okay.
have seen it in your capacity as the housing authority, the CRA board.
Got you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Sermon in regards to this item? Public comment card, Madam Clerk.
I believe the person has left, Margaret Shepherd. She's left.
Any questions regarding resolution number 188-25? Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Dyson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Next item.
11B. Madam Chair, we are on item 11B, resolution number 167-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a site plan request on behalf of Marina Annex Housing LLC for the development of a 175 residential unit apartment building with a 15,000 square foot community center to be operated by Alpha Phi Alpha Educational Foundation and approximately plus or minus 6,500 square feet of commercial space on approximately plus or minus 3.62 acre site, generally located at 251 West 11th Street, providing for conditions of approval, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Never mind.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. This item, 11B, is the site plan resolution, 167-25, associated with the Marina Annex project on the Judge Rogers Center site. This is the site plan resolution with the associated 3 ordinances on second reading that were approved earlier. And if desired by the board, staff will proceed into the presentation.
Very good. Public comment, please.
Madam Chair, we have one public comment card, George Lockhart. Mr. Lockhart?
He just left.
Okay.
Any
That's the end of
questions
public
in
comment.
regards to resolution number 167-25? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
The item passes with Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson dissenting.
What is our next item? I know 11C and 11D were
No.
taken off. Am I not, is that it?
Yes, we're on item 11E.
Okay.
Resolution 46-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the execution of a broker of record for employee group insurance plans agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and RSC Insurance Brokerage, Inc. for benefit consultant services agreement obtained through a request for qualification, number 1179-25-3, for an initial 1-year period with an option to renew for 4 additional 1-year renewal periods and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, there are no comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Motion.
So move.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Procurement, Ms. Ammons, to make this presentation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Latanya Ammons, Director of Procurement for the City of Riviera Beach. I present to the council a request to approve a contract for the broker of record service with the vendor RSC Insurance Brokerage. The procurement department was previously before council seeking approval for this same vendor, but we did receive a protest. The board at the time agreed to move forward with the protest. The city manager ruled and allowed the vendor the opportunity to cure. As such, we offered the opportunity to cure for 3 vendors who were all missing the same piece of information. One vendor submitted the required information, the other 2 did not. We reconvened. The evaluation committee scored the additional package. The actual tally is in your backup, and so we are here to ask to move forward for a contract with the vendor RSC.
Any questions for Director Ammons on this item? Are there any public comment cards for this item?
No, ma'am.
Questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier, Councilperson Guyton, Chair Pro Tem,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote. Madam Chair, we are on item 11F, resolution number 147-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Florida, amending the City Council's rules of procedure to update the meeting schedule, establish consistent agenda posting deadlines, modify the order of business, clarify parliamentary authority, and provide for an effective date. Madam Chair, there are no cards on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Madam Chair.
We have a motion. Second, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, considering the late hour and the breadth of this particular item, I can bring this item back at your next meeting.
Please do.
Thank you very much, because I had something to add to it as well. Yes. Next item?
Madam Chair, we are under discussion and deliberation. Item 12A, special event policy.
Oh, no, we moved this to the next, agenda.
Oh, we moved
We
it.
said, no, that was next meeting. We
the
gave
next meeting?
direction to
Okay.
Mr. Evans.
Okay.
That's for our next meeting. Any other items?
Madam Chair, that was the end of the, items on the agenda.
Confirmation of direction, Mr. Evans.
Yes, Madam Chair. The city council requested for us to bring back the special events policy specific to elected officials at your next regular meeting of the city council, which is slated to be January 21st. Also, city council wanted us to research as it relates to the naming item or the street naming item to see if that item is permissible pursuant to Robert's Rules of Order to come back for consideration. Also, we will be drafting a resolution that will be more memorializing the special events that the board did authorize that are city council special events. Resolutions 143, 25, 144, 25, 146, 25, 139, 25, 144, 25, and 140, 25 were removed from the item or from the agenda for the purposes of going to have conversations with the community about items being considered to be placed on the tax bill. Next one is legislative priorities, subsequent legislative priorities, and I did add federal that they will come back to the board in subsequent actions as a discussion item, get direction and clarity from the board, and then come back with a formal adoption by virtue of a resolution. Addressing the lighting at the Riviera Beach Public Library. And then I did put a note here that the urban farmers are to provide the documentation to the city attorney within 7 to 10 days, effectively curing the items that are on Sunbiz. And that is all I have for
I'm sorry, Marina Annex.
Marina Annex. Yes.
All of them, all of them.
And bringing those items or getting that back before the board. And then also the attorney, Mr. Gaines, will send that email correspondence to you all with persons that would be to answer questions associated with the mayor's inquiry. And that concludes the confirmation of direction section.
All right, you have any comments, as the executive director?
Yes, Madam Chair. Really quickly, I want to recognize all the employees that received service awards, as well as our retirees and those that received awards for outstanding service to the city of Riviera Beach. Since it's the late hour, I will make sure at our next meeting we invite them and recognize them accordingly, but certainly want to recognize all the fabulous work that staff is doing. And then wishing everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy New Year. And then we will convene as the city council. Our next regular meeting is the 21st. Also, since it's the late hour, we're going to look to reschedule that executive session concerning PBA for another date because we're going to look to bring you guys back tomorrow. So we will work with you all to have a conversation about what some availability would be to have a discussion concerning PBA. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Attorney?
Clarification.
Clarification.
Are we having the meeting tomorrow? I
No.
missed part of it. Okay, so no meeting tomorrow.
No.
Okay.
executive session.
Okay.
Madam Attorney?
Madam Chair, only to report that the email that you asked me to send to Ms. Calhoun and Mr. Booty was just sent.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I copied you on it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Just
go ahead.
clarification, Mr. Evans. So with the Turnberry project, they're able to propose something, a different type of development that fits within.
Yeah, do that, Mr. Evans. Explain to the public what happened with that item tonight.
Yes, Madam Chair. So that item died for lack of a second. So that item, for all intent and purpose, has effectively sunset. So in essence, they would have to go through what is another process to effectively bring that item back, only if it is a situation where there was no vote, so there was nobody on the prevailing side, so they would have to go through the review process again.
Follow up. And if I'm not mistaken, on my agenda review, it didn't pass planning and zoning.
Madam Chair, to provide some clarity.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, when it did go before planning and zoning, it did not receive a favorable recommendation from planning and zoning because they were concerned about the notice requirements. The planning and zoning board really didn't get into the nuances of the project, but they rejected because they didn't think adequate notice was provided for the community meetings that the developers are required to hold.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner, Spiritus.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the Riviera Beach Police Department for the excellent job they did at the Marriott Hotel when the Singer Island Temple, the synagogue, held their menorah lighting ceremony. They were there in force. The people were so pleased and felt safe, and I want to thank all the people that served, Chief Coleman, Assistant Chief Gordon. They just did an excellent job, and I really, really thank them for everything they did.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davis Mayer.
Yes, I just want to wish everybody happy holidays and be safe and enjoy time with your family and friends. And I'll miss you until next year.
Yes. Commissioner Guyton.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd just like to remind the public and the council that the renaming of Avenue S is this Saturday at 11 a.m. I would love to see my colleagues there, and happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For clarity, Mr. Evans or Attorney Nguyen, the item that you said died for lack of second would have to go back through the process. Are they able to, somebody on the prevailing side, bring it back to the table? The ones that didn't vote.
Madam Chair,
Yep.
there was no vote, so there was no prevailing side.
So when you say go back through the process, what is that steps? What does that look like for through the process of trying to get back onto this agenda?
So, Madam Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
I can do additional research and I will, and I'll provide you something in writing if you would allow for 24 hours. But I think they have to go through the development review process all over again.
Madam Chair, I spoke to the staff, Mr. Sermons and Mr. Thompson, and that's what they told me, that they would have to start the process over, a new application.
So board, I know it is the late hour. The item was noticed, but I think some of the concerns would need to be given to staff if they would be inclined to, before we pack up, have a discussion. I know it died for lack of second, but possibly to have that discussion to see what is the issues with the board to give them clear direction.
We can do that tomorrow.
Yeah, we're not going to, I understand,
It
sir,
won't be
that-
able to, Madam Chair, it won't be able to be done tomorrow based upon what staff is telling us. It would have to go through the entire approval process again, back through all of the steps that it takes to get back to this.
And I understand that motion died for a lack of a second. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, also with that item not proceeding forward, I also have concerns with regards to the public not being present for any action that is contemplated and it properly being noticed and the like. And so since that item died for a lack of second, I think any discussion associated with that project, you would leave the city exposed to potential legal challenges because people departed as they thought that item was completed. So, but I'll get with the city attorney's office and we'll put something out in writing and we'll also talk with the applicant.
Chair? Since we started talking about this, I just want to make it very clear, there is a resolution that was passed by council that requires any development project on Singer Island to be noticed by the developer to all of the civic associations and the community at large. That has to be done, and we should enforce that. That was a resolution passed by the council.
Very good. Commissioner Bill Anderson?
There's two decoration ornaments by by Wells. I think they're supposed to have lights on them. I've never seen the lights come on, so we might want to check that before Christmas comes. The other thing, just want to say, I want to make this comment regarding the Marina Annex and Alpha and all of that. Like I said before, I support the project, but I still have concerns with the way in which things were done and how some of the people are moving within that project. So I support the project, but there's an issue. I seriously have an issue and have had one from the beginning. And also want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, all of that good stuff. And everybody just stay safe. Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned.